Ooh, hello, hello. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I think we're good. Hopefully, I didn't talk. Ooh, my goodness. Well, hello, everybody. Hopefully, I wasn't all cut up in the beginning, but who cares? Sim Update 3 has publicly released. Sim Update 3 is out of beta. The 1.5.27.0 build is rolling out. I haven't had it just yet on PC, but as usual, we are going to be going through the entirety of the changelog. It's a hefty one, so once the stream's over, I'll have it all chaptered out, so you'll be able to just scrub through the timeline, see a specific thing you want to look at, and oh my goodness, let us begin. If you're playing on PC, outdated packages in your community folder may have an unexpected impact on the title's performance and behavior. If you suffer from stability issues or long loading times, move your community packages to another folder before relaunching the title. And Joe, hello, a member for 42 months, thank you very much. And Acme, welcome as well. All right, here we go. This is a long one. New content and features, added filters and controls setting menu, added loading spinner when aircraft are loading, do not display helipad port markers when flying a plane, reworked character, fauna, airport graphics settings for more coherence between platforms, added force flare parameter to light attributes section of FX files. If there's anything developer related, I'm going to go ahead and just skip it and we'll do that. Added fade in on images for marketplace item, profile, briefing, activities, HQ, home, career, challenges, controls, install, and Red Bull. It is now possible to click and drag on all sliders of the game. Stability and performance. Fixed an Xbox crash on boot when too many packages are loaded. Fixed crash occurring sometimes on Xbox during boot if application is suspended. Optimized boot and loading times. Reduced VRAM consumption used by company name textures. Fixed a crash when switching in and out of VR. Improved performance in airports during fast camera movements. Added a graphics setting for fauna density, airport vehicle density, character density, and ground aircraft density on Xbox. Added a graphics setting for passive aircraft quality on PC. Fixed screen size calculation for objects coming from Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 packages. In particular, it is now properly enforced to 1000% when entering the bounding sphere. Fixed an issue from version 1.5.9.0 that caused some crashes, plus made some buttons, any toggle button not work properly due to duplicated instances of the V Cockpits. Improved avatar thumbnail generation time. Avoid freezes due to airport rendering. Fix the controls menu to cache data and prevent unnecessary file loads when navigating, only loading input profiles when entering the menu tab, switching aircraft, or creating, duplicating, or renaming a profile. Fixed several old and rare crashes in the stall warning simulation system. Fixed a crash occurring in the model behavior parser when canceling a request, rapidly clicking tiles in the aircraft selector. Fixed a somewhat rare crash occurrence of the model behavior parser due to recent changes making it run in parallel was introduced in SU3. Fixed wrong usage of resized bitmap dimensions instead of original ones when sampling textures. Fixes WASM gauges corruption on Xbox Series S and on PC with low texture resolution. Fixed random live view leak for WASM instruments could impact VRAM after multiple restarts. Fixed a potential crash. Optimized cabin services loading to not open the same file several times. Fixed a crash in the airport system. Fixed a crash in the path following. Fixed a crash on exit when an external view of a glass cockpit was open. Fixed DLSS multi-frame gen menu option not setting properly 3 times and 4 times. Or I guess times 3, you get the point. General bug fixes. By the way, hello Dustin and Adam, welcome to the stream. Fixed input action with 1 binding triggered when another input action with 2 binding and 1 shared with the first input action was released. Fixed game receiving mouse scroll event while mouse hovering on GUI window. Fixed an issue where the map filters button were unresponsive. Fixed an issue where it was impossible to select a custom departure in the world photographer mode. Fixed an issue where the live traffic or multiplayer traffic could have the wrong icon on the world map. Fixed crash when updating player input profile. Vehicle parking spots cannot be selected on the world map anymore. Fixed an issue where the language list pop-up could fail to properly display the language options. Modified fuel gauge so the cursor becomes bigger while hovering and dragging. Resolved moonlight atmosphere scattering caused by incorrect moon direction. Resolved the low resolution quality of textures projected by lights. Fixed ambulance lights spawning while the model is not visible in medic missions. Fixed an issue where resizing the window would break some lists. Reduced occurrence of fireflies through clouds around trees and a line leak above the mountains. Resolved visibility issues with text decals and emissives caused by blue highlights. Fixed Jack of all trades achievement. Fixed an issue where the ATC text section had the wrong scroll position after a certain threshold number of messages. Fixed an issue where some of the replies of ATC could be cropped or invisible. Fixed Cockpit Environment FX Occluder. It now applies to a softer effect and correctly accounts for particle width. Atmosphere is now properly applied to FX particle systems. Fixed external V cockpit size and placement not being saved. Fixed tow plane sometimes not spawning. Fixed unprotected unchecked access to LLVG. That's more dev stuff. Skipping that. Fixed an issue where the user could become soft locked after opening one of the world map filters, launching a flight, then ending that flight in free flight. Fixed controls infinite loading when going back from aircraft selector after selecting the same aircraft. Added gamepad R stick control to scroll in the in-game panels. Fixed font rendered as square during mission onboarding. Fixed sim rate with time. Added precisions for time and offsets. Added new offset to get flight time without sim rate modifications. Fixed adaptive liveries does not adapt to Japanese language when it should. Fixed time doesn't work with sim rate. Fixed the profile page that was not appearing during flight if open with the keyboard or the gamepad. Reduce the opacity of glass dust layer. Fixed an issue where some option lines could have wrong visuals after being clicked. Fixed an issue where choosing a departure in free flight would not zoom on the world map. Fixed VR cockpit camera position resetting when leaving pause. Fixed look around mouse feature to allow player to keep aircraft inputs while moving the camera. Allowed the player to lock their input presets. Changed new plane flares on interior lights to be disabled by default. Fixed potential crash when ATC attempts to look for appropriate star to assign for clearance. Allowed gliders to start at a parking spot. Fixed an issue where the selection cursor could disappear in the Marketplace tab in the aircraft selector. Fixed planes flares occlusion when using multiple windows. Fixed an issue causing incorrect occlusion of plane flares near screen edges. Resolved an artifact regression issue involving trees and fog rendering. Fixed advanced lights not all having a flare. Fixed an issue with the language change pop-up could not work as intended. Fixed an issue where the ATIS would not appear in the ATC window. Fixed an issue where the first message sent using the group chat was not displaying a notification. Fixed city markers not visible in free flight mode. Fixed crash when detecting invalid token in Scenery XMLs. Fixed possible crash when applying or deleting a control preset. Fixed retrocompatibility for living world config files. Fixed wind impacting the aircraft inside the mission's hangar scene. Fixed tracking of foot distance achievement. Fixed an issue where the aircraft park condition could linger on the screen after a player enter a vehicle. Fixed update material animation interpolation. Fixed a bug preventing the player from entering the customize identity screen just after leaving it. And fixed a rare crash occurrence when adjusting flight plan waypoints altitude ? But hello, Omar. Hello. Welcome to the 33 of you joining already. Very much appreciate it. And let's keep going. Install performance and graphics. Exposure bias parameter is now available on Xbox. Frame rate limiter has been renamed to VSync interval with an updated description that better clarifies its purpose. Added the ability to cap frame rate via a new setting in the options menu. Split the new LOD curve, max vertex count versus vertical screen size, in two parts. Linear from 0 to 100%, parabolic above 100%. This means more vertices than before for sizes up to 100%, and the same amount for above 100%. The aim is to help developers create less detailed LODs by letting them use more vertices than before, and activated the new LOD curve as the default one. Backwards compatibility bug fixes fixed FX's brightness, fixed UV length not being computed correctly when GITF geometry is reused, avoids blurry textures from models coming from 2020 packages, fixed loading of bitmaps found in 2020 packages that haven't been properly compiled through the package builder. Aircraft added aerodynamic interaction between tornado and aircraft, fixed pilot visible in cabin when outside as avatar with 2020 aircraft, fixed an issue where product capacity specification would display 0 pounds in the selector, added a freelance tag in the livery.cfg of all aircraft, intensity of roof lights increased on ATO 802, intensity of landing and taxi lights increased on the 737, intensity of spotlights and strobe lights increased on the 172, intensity of spotlights bounces increased on the 208B, the Cabri G2, the DA62, and the H125. Introduced new rendering system for all aircraft flares. Let's see, a bunch of dev stuff. Corrected the contact points to 0 to fix the aircraft 737, DA62, extra 330, and hot air balloon sliding sideways during belly landing. Fixed incorrect wind calculation at the top of certain buildings and object structures that could happen in the Needles Landing Challenge and other places. Aircraft fleet, engine oil temperature, EGT, CHT, tuned to FLT files to have more realistic temperature after spawning with engine running. Aircraft configurator camera position has been tweaked to let the whole aircraft and especially the nose to be in the windows. And aircraft configurator camera is not impacted anymore by very big bounding spheres. Moving on to the airplane changes now. Hello, Habigal. Welcome, welcome. It's not out just yet. It's slowly rolling out. I don't have it yet just yet, but it is on its way. But all right. And no, you don't have to leave the beta if you're in there. It'll pop up there. But anyways, Air Tractor 8T802, dropping physics on crop dusting FX is improved. Fixed flickering liquid tank in cockpit. Fixed flickering decal hatch tank exterior. Fixed model rivet hatch tank exterior. Cockpit lights intensity increased. Fixed roof light cockpit emissive mesh. Improved the light position to adjust them with new flares. Fixed spotlight rotation. Fixed emissive mesh of spotlight. Fixed dampening on front wheels of float variations. And fixed an issue causing some circuit breakers to not properly affect the windshield wipers and their associated lights. The Airbus A310. Sun visors disappear when the cursor hover over them on the A310. The aircraft's transponder seems to not be working. The TCAS does not display other traffic on TCAS when selected on with TA or TCAS selected active. And everything that we're reading here has been fixed. You can see that here. So this is just what was broken and is now fixed in Sim Update 3. Just want to clarify that. Engine sounds on the 310 persist when master volume is set to 0. Airline passenger transport regression in career, skipping from taxi to takeoff, drops all that had been set up in FMS and selected on the flight control panel. Skipping to descent also erases the FMS. This is all the stuff, so they did fix it. But I still don't think Airbus stuff is in career. We'll see when we get in there. In career activity using the skip function from taxi to takeoff, the FMS resets and is required to initialize again to continue the mission. Airline passenger transport in career using the skip function. I mean, it would be nice if it is there. We'll see, but we'll kind of skip those. Adding in route waypoints manually to the CDU causes the flight plan to be duplicated at the bottom and does not properly route. Avionics does not import the flight plan when it is selected to send from the EFB to avionics. User observes fluctuating aircraft settings when flying the Airbus A310. Custom tail number does not appear. The paint near doors is cut off on the World Travel livery. LOD distance is too short. Passengers' seatbelts are improperly placed. Checklist is not included in the drop-down EFB, but is included in the cockpit EFB. The wheels are placed too deep into the ground. Control-E does not auto-start the engines. Trim elevator tooltip does not show up. After landing at first destination, the MCDU is frozen and prevents a turn for an additional flight. On an ILS approach, LOC is displayed on the FMA after the localizer has been intercepted and on glide slope. FMA should change from LOC to asterisk to LOC. In career mode, passengers have loaded 100%, but the sim says the load percentage is at 0%. So I'm kind of hoping we have some Airbuses in career mode. That would be pretty sweet, because it sounds like that's going to be the case. Checklist is not included. We already read that. Aircraft over Gs on RTC screen in career and other skip-related state issues. Prevent career use properly. Cannot scroll through approach departure pages to select approaches on the CDU. The A320 looks like some other stuff that we've read from the A310 is fixed here. Window texture on the back right doors flickers. Interior icing effects look unnatural. See-through gap on the back doors. Some operables in the cockpit do not animate. Some tooltip titles and checklist descriptions are not translated in Polish. More career skip stuff. Pilot and passengers are not properly seated. LOC updated. Spawning in the air in free flight results in unstable aircraft state with several flight control, navigation, and electrical issues. Multiple attempts resulted in no improvement. Pilots and passengers are not properly seated. Airbus A320neo has a chance to be unstable at start of any landing challenge that it is assigned to. Engine does not start on taxi mission step. QNH altimeter setting on pilot and co-pilot does not stop flashing despite matching on both sides. In career, for passenger transport airline, if the pilot enters the cockpit before skipping to taxi, the engines are not running when the skip to taxi is selected. Skip to feature in career kills engines and shut down aircraft. Cockpit airflow. Thrown WASM exception when ending a free flight. MCDU and EFB not communicating. Engine does not start up on... Okay, we already... Man, there's a lot of duplicate things going on. Skip to feature in career kills engines. We already read that. Hangar description missing from all LOC. And pilot spawn point in RTC. Pre-flight interactions. Passenger navigation nodes preventing career mode loading. Chalk and engine cover visibility on all FLT files and TCAS display. And I'll probably scrub through the A321 because I'm sure... Yeah, it's looking like the same thing we've been reading. So these are all fixes to any build's Airbuses in the sim. And again, not really... And the windshield wipers are going to be working now on that. Bad camera presets, external texture issues, and a lot of other stuff that we've already been reading from the other ones. So we probably won't spend too much time here. That's a very specific one. After landing at KLAX, coming out of reverse for taxi speed, the TCAS calls out traffic clear of conflict. This mode should be inhibited on the ground. Some cabin pressure stuff there. I mean, you can just pause it if you really need to look at it. But again, a lot of stuff similar to what was fixed in the other Airbuses. ATC does not function on cargo transport heavy mission using the A330. VIP mission in career mode from SFO to LAX does not skip to descent. So yeah, just a lot of skip stuff. And then some instrumental stuff for the Airbuses. So we're not going to spend too much time going through that. Some cargo door stuff in the Beluga. Multiple visual bugs during career mode. Airbus H125 cockpit lights intensity increased. Improved wording and mass and balance page of EFBs. Fixed cockpit emissive being too bright in LODs. Removed cargo tab from mass and balance section of EFB for rescue and rescue hoist variant. Fixed rain on windshield and fuselage following in the wrong direction, or flowing. And updated color order in the livery.cfg. The blimp emissive intensity of panels decals increased at daylight. Fixed KWX56 radar not being turned off with mode knob set to off, and made water ballasts functional. The Albatross G111, the HU16, and the G111T. We have some multiplayer fixes for that. Fix occasional propeller max RPM overruns during slow throttle advances. New bow splash and water spray effects on windshield added. Nice. Propeller wash effects improved and splash effects added to gear legs when extended into water. Simplified landing light actuator hierarchy to help mitigate random initialization. Nose wheel steering improvements. Some camera names corrected and localized. Some more localizations. Cowl and oil cooler flaps now have variable and cumulative drag penalties depending on their settings. Visible bow wash and wakes added to Albatross seen moving on water for multiplayer. EFB takeoff and landing performance data added. Anchor deployment restrictions slightly eased. Enabled control surface gust lock operation. G111 fixed stuck pitot cover on apron start. Bunch of multiplayer fixes. By the way, we have a lot of stuff to go. Like, this is a boatload of stuff going on for Flight Sim. We have City Update 12, which is for Germany, that released today. We have the Eurocopter that released for free in 2024, so we'll have to go through that as well at some point. But yeah, this is a very busy day for Flight Sim. It's crazy. And there's a whole new mission for that new Eurocopter with the ADEC group. So, pretty cool. Again, tons of fixes for this. I kind of want to focus on things that really didn't have updates. So again, you can just pause it if you're really wanting to see specifics over the Albatross. Alright, Archer Midnight. Flight FX fixed Archer Midnight when skipping to taxi. Pitot cover and chocks are not automatically removed. Opening cutscene for missions using Archer Midnight. Oh, I'm happy to see a lot of career stuff for these planes. I'm hoping we'll see some of it, which, by the way, let me just see if we have an update yet. Nope. Oh, great. I don't need this open, thank you. Let's see, your checklist is missing in several sections. Altitude hold mode does not work. Visible LOD pops. Unable to progress. Wait for engine startup mission step with Archer Midnight. Few errors on the found packages analyzer. Great. The pit special, again, I'm not going to really read through those. If you're wanting to see something about that, just pause the video. I'm not going to read through every single plane here. Player character shifts seating position and clips outside plane during onboarding and career. Pre-flight objects are not removed when skipping to taxi. So, some stuff for the G58. The King Air fixed career mode. Ooh, I like it. I love the C90, so interested to see some changes for that. The King Air left engine propeller hub does not have collision. Captain and first officer airspeed indicators are in-op. No tooltip information on the tires. Various strobe lights are misplaced floating on the King Air 350i have been fixed for the King Air. The 737, emissive intensity of panel decals increased at daylight. Intensity of panel lights reduced. Modified taxi light angle of rotation to reduce it. Fixed the flight path vectorization issue involving certain procedures with intercept legs. Added RTE uplink in the CDU. Fixed an issue where airplane speed was not being anticipated correctly in lateral flight path calculations. I don't know why I keep saying path. Adjusted the sensitivity of the trim wheel. Thank goodness for that. That thing was obnoxious. Added wind prediction uplink. Fixed an issue where engine spool up was not simulated correctly. FMS flight path calculation now supports flyover fixes and added realistic spool up times when setting takeoff thrust. The 747 Intercontinental, missing apron with battery, engine exhaust lack heat animation, and aircraft does not produce ground effects. So there's still not livery fixes for the 747? It's kind of annoying. 787 wind prediction uplink added RTA uplink to the CDU, improved precision of the fuel usage predictions, fixed EFB aircraft outline, fixed livery menu thumbnail images, and fixed EFB cargo loading errors. The Chinook, localization fixes, changes to weight and balance, several configuration fixes to resolve checks for cargo and construction careers, some fixes to the GNS 530, additional LOD models have been added so that ultra-far distances work without model disappearing, added missing animations for ADF knobs, both barometric pressure and radar altimeters. Issues have been fixed and retested for accuracy. Improved localization text and improved drone collision mesh. The FA-18E emissive intensity of panels increased at daylight, fixed some tooltip issues, fixed icing LODs, added navigation lights with flares effect, modified lights placement to adjust flare's position, fixed aileron trim issue, fixed boarding passenger available into ATC, and fixed floating light model of the left wing on last LODs. The Cap 4 comm radio and transponder displays in the Cap 4 Polonista exhibit excessive bloom illumination at night, and missing tooltip on landing gear and landing gear strut have been fixed. The 152, emissive for beacon, strobe, and nav lights, are very dim on the 152. Tail and registration placard difficult to read due to lack of contrast. Plane will taxi and take off with parking brake on, and chocks are not removed if the player uses skip to taxi. The 152 look at buttons is not functional for items related to exterior walkaround. Multiple strings are not translated on all LOC files, and fuel truck appears at LOD 1. Aircraft's wings disappear at a certain distance. Rear position light projection is not aligned with the light bulb on plane's rudder. Custom tail number is cut off if longer than 4 characters. There is no tooltip on pilot's yoke. The engine cover tooltip is incomplete. Rain effect goes into 2 different directions on the windshield. The aerial advertising 152 variant is not available for testing an aerial advertisement mission type. The 172 Skyhawk fixed altimeter 2, strip numbers precision, improved navigation lights no longer oriented to the ground. The ball indicator got new physics, fixed co-pilot not spawning, and corrected fuselage to get the right amount of drag and slide slip. That fixes the required bank angle to compensate the yaw. The 172 G1000 emissive intensity at daylight has been fixed, and fixed adaptivity text colors of liveries for flight seeing 7, 8, 9, and 10. The Grand Caravan decals on panel can now be visible at daylight when they are turned on. Skydive variation fixed mirrored livery decal, fixed LOD switching to noticeable. Freelance liveries, fixed company logos defaulting to blank discs. Skydive door no longer opens when using the Skydive light switch. Added manual interaction to open the Skydive door. Skydive freelance livery fixed over tail part, fuselage, and rear right door. Fixed Skydiver seatbelts clipping outside the aircraft. Fixed sun visors flickering when looked at from outside the plane. Lights positions adjusted for flares plus navigation lights no longer oriented to the ground. Fixed bad clue of preliminary checklist, and increased yaw dampener gain to fix Dutch roll with autopilot. The Corvallis Coronado fixed the Corvallis TT. Steady light from strobes appear when nav lights are turned on. Aircraft still displays as a circle. Release note not fixed. MS commissioned aircraft icon, whatever, not fixed. Elevator trim inverted when using Velocity 1 flight deck. Aircraft has difficulty accelerating beyond white arc. Avionics switches in the off position when skipping in career. Checklist mentions cutting off mixture in after takeoff checklist. MS commission, we read that. Nav 2 radio has no audio. Nav lights are not bright. Unable to complete private charter using skips. Some Cessna Corvallis liveries are highlighted in blinking blue during pre-flight, and LOD popping on C400 Corvallis doors. The Titan. There's not enough fuel to complete career missions. Not available for purchase in career mode. Opening windows does not affect audio from outside the aircraft. ELT missing textures. ADF tooltips does not match gauge. Pilot door does not open. Oil gauge clips through the oil cover while closing. Pilot doors does not open. Primer switch has incorrect control inputs. Heat blur is absent when first loading on the runway and when the aircraft is flying. Parking brake check do not have a visual helper. Aircraft does not have ground effects on grass surfaces. Aircraft is not able to climb to 19,000 feet to progress the private charter mission. Aircraft always appears to have the default livery on multiplayer. Not available for purchase in career mode, again. Some interactive objects lack SFX, sound effects, and rain streaks behave unnaturally. The Sky Courier VR controls are not fully supported. Few operables in cockpit animate erratically. Floodlight is not visible. Livery names are misnumbered. Cessna C408 condition levers unbindable. Few issues regarding visual helper and checklist. Snow and rain effects appear improperly on windscreen. Camera does not pan to some interactables when using the visual helper and the checklist. Liveries are showing up as default in multiplayer. The Cessna Citation CJ4 fixed altitude knob push button action tooltip, fixed EFB aircraft outline, fixed left and right fire bottle arm light tooltips, and fixed cabin couch seatbelts from showing outside the fuselage. Yay! That was always annoying. Glad that's gone. The Cessna Citation Longitude fixed EFB aircraft outline improved the simulation of the spoiler hydraulic systems. Hydraulic pressure availability is now simulated on a per panel basis instead of averaged across all panels. For example, loss of primary system A pressure now prevents the outboard roll spoiler panels from functioning but leaves the inboard roll spoiler panels unaffected. Fixed an issue where the spoiler panel animation were showing the panels to be less extended than they actually were. Fixed the EIS spoiler gauge to behave more closely to the one in the real airplane. And the interior camera is no longer allowed to clip through the fuselage when moving the camera around. The Vision Jet fixed an issue where the FADEC would enter engine start mode ready light off start when engine performance deteriorated due to fuel starvation. Adjusted the sensitivity of the electric fuel pump latch logic to lower the chances of spurious activation. Fixed an issue where the rudder vader pre-flight check interaction was broken when using a gamepad. Increase the size of the parking brake handle interaction volume to make it easier to interact with the handle. The parking brake handle is now highlighted when the user interacts with it. Fixed a visual glitch where the left main gear strut could sometimes be seen sticking out of the wing when the gear was retracted. Improved LOD transitions for the 3D model, various additional miscellaneous visual improvements, and fixes for the 3D model, both interior and exterior. Fixed EFB aircraft outline, adjusted auto throttle tuning to decrease the tendency to oscillate around the target speed. The X-Cub emissive intensity of lights at daylight and fixed liveries. The TBM fixed EFB aircraft outline. The CL415, emissive intensity again, fixed inverted ADF bearing arrows, navigation white added on tail plus navigation lights no longer oriented to ground. Water drop effects correctly triggered depending on which door is open to release water. Fixed cockpit LOD issue while using cockpit camera into the cabin. Fixed aircraft disappears at short distance. Fixed floating part when opening the front door. And fixed floating object appear when interacting with static pressure source switch. Still nothing about the engines just being so sensitive. Interesting. The Twin Otter changed checklist entry for rudder trim from 10 degrees to 1 degree. Changed checklist entry for anti-collision and position lights to beacon and position lights. Moved beacon and position lights to before engine startup. Added anti-collision lights to before lineup. Added click spots to hide yoke-mounted click spots. Fixed water effects for float variant. Aircraft cannot crash. Missing throttle indicator in external HUD. EFB flight route does not transfer to avionics. The GNS 530 and 430 transponder autopilot ADF display brightness at night. Fixed several tooltips. Fixed forward officer FO side turned coordinator ball animation inverted. Fixed yoke and gust lock click spots not unlocking after toggle. Reworked wheels contact points. Reworked payload stations and passenger navigation graph. Doors are now closing automatically when ground speed exceeds 10 knots. Aircraft can only be exited using the door handle on the ground, and parking brake is set. If the parking brake is not set, only the door opens and the pilot does not exit the aircraft. A shame there's nothing about reflections, because the reflections inside the cockpit are horrendous. You're seeing stuff through the body. Maybe it's not listed and it has been fixed. Something to test out. I got some stuff for the glider. The DA62 emissive intensity of panels decals increased at daylight. Fixed adaptive logo on tail disappearing too soon. Navigation white rotation modified. Fixed pilot spawning in the middle of the cockpit. Fixed unable to set up passenger before launch free flight in the EFB. Fixed thumbnails for all variations. And oh my goodness, I'm going to get the chat, by the way. Just when I'm doing this, I'm going through it, but I just want to say thank you very much to FMJ for the £9.99 super chat. Thank you. And again, I'll get to the rest of chat once we get done with this. We're almost halfway through here, everybody. Here we go. And again, if you're not seeing it just yet, it is slowly rolling out. I don't have it just yet either, but it will be at some point. But it is slowly rolling out. All right. The E33 had some interior window fixes, corrected engine performance. The Grumman G2NA Goose, minor art LOD fix, landing lights cannot be seen from the cockpit, fuel tube gauges do not reflect accurate fuel load, floating texture in the passenger cabin. The Cabri G2 fixed tooltip on transponder, fixed missing highlights and checklist, fixed floating seam texture in cockpit, and updated all livery palettes, fixed some issues with livery text. The ES30 fixed gap in cabin, emissive intensity, fixed rear navigation light position, deleted speed hold useless button, fixed, I love that, that's great. Fixed emergency door visual issue, added missing checkpoints for gust lock control, lights moved to adjust flares position, fixed wipers disappearing depending on the cockpit camera rotation, and fixed adaptive livery color, and fixed tail white square logo in career. The hot air balloon fixed fuel gauges only looking at the first fuel tank quantity, and fixed temperature monitor screen brightness being too dark in low light. The Magni M24 Orion fixed career mode. The Pilatus PC-12, here we go. EPS does not power oxygen ESIS standby altitude or pressurization system. It should power all three. Passengers clip into each other. Cargo in aircraft does not render emissions using the Pilatus. Hypoxia in career mode due to oxygen pressurization. ECS not modeled correctly. That's going to be great. I'm so glad that's fixed. I mean, that was just annoying. Rain animation missing from the cockpit of the PC-12. There are several visual issues with the passengers and aircraft during the onboarding RTC for all charter service VIP missions. EPS does not power, okay, we already read that. Standby bus incorrectly is being used as a direct bus to the lower MFD. It should be a backup to avionics bus 1. EFB takeoff and landing performance tools are not working, and pressure dump does not do anything. And that is everything for the plane. So, Hype Performance Group still has not fixed the 225. That's crazy to see. They said there was something coming, but it still hasn't been fixed. That's ridiculous. But anyways, aircraft core systems, fixed inverted water rudder control on water, and fixed some emissive flashing issues when disabling the interaction highlight. Failure wear and tear improved drift damage calculations to ensure that the drift damage is light at low speed, but much higher at high speed. This should help prevent it from triggering during taxi, but still impact the tire wear rate on landings. Fixed damage resistance of helicopter tails and skids. Fuel system fixed some inconsistencies on the fuel system debug window, fixed an issue that prevented gravity-based fuel transfers in some cases, added new version of the fuel system to fix an issue, causing some setups to potentially cause freezes. Glass cockpits. Fly safe temperature monitor. Fixed timer display now displays mm/ss when timer is under 3600 seconds. G1000NXI fixed a flight path vectorization issue involving certain procedure with intercept legs, reduced PFD memory usage, fixed a flight path vectorization issue, what in the world? Improved autopilot glide slope tracking stability when the airplane is close to the runway threshold. FMS flight path calculation now supports flyover fixes. The G3000 and G5000 fixed flight path vectorization issue, fixed an issue where pressing the terrain settings button in the GTC's PFD map settings page would not correctly open the settings pop-up. Improved autopilot glide slope tracking, fixed an issue where the CDI auto slew function would not trigger correctly when loading into the flight with a localizer already tuned. FMS flight path calculation now supports flyover fixes. The G3X Touch improved autopilot glide slope, and FMS flight path calculation now supports flyover. The GNS 430 and 530 fixed inverted V and C decals, fixed a flight path vectorization issue, fixed players unable to enter waypoints, improved autopilot glide slope tracking stability when the airplane is close, we already read that, fixed an issue where in airplanes with a manually adjustable heading dial, the dial could affect the rotation of the airplane icon on the map display. And then, of course, the FMS flight path calculation, the Primus Epic 2.0 integrated avionics system, more vectorization issues, airplane speed was not being anticipated correctly in lateral flight path calculations, FMS flight path calculation, and added full array of GPWS modes, including basic modes, enhanced forward-looking terrain alerts, and inhibits through the TSC. The Proline 21 fixed vectorization stuff again, airspeed not being anticipated, place, bearing, distance entries are now correctly limited to 0.1 to 199.9 nautical miles of distance from the reference fix. Fixed wrong title on left-right display menu, fixed extraneous semicolon in VNav page title, fixed various layout issues in the select waypoint page, fixed the index link on the status page, FMS flight path calculation now supports flyover fixes, and added select def page allows to select between ambiguous pilot waypoint formats, and added an NA in polar region error message when pilot waypoints are entered with a reference fix in the polar region. So there we go. The UNS-1EW fixed a flight path vectorization, airplane speed was not anticipated, and FMS flight path. Physics, bunch of dev stuff. You can pause it if you're a developer and you're interested in that. Flight system, fixed issue with wing flex not working correctly on right side wings. Flight planning, fixed en route waypoints addition discarded when changing aircraft or departure arrival. Fixed en route waypoints addition not updating, and departure arrival procedure. And then we got some more dev stuff for the back end, and fixed multiple issues related to flight plan sync between EFB, GPS, ATC, and ribbons. And oh my goodness, Kyle, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all the reading, absolutely. I love going through all this and just kind of giving you all the information you could possibly want. And again, I'm going to be diving into everybody else chatting. I don't ignore everybody. It's just when I'm going through this, I want to get through it as fast as possible. But again, thank you, Kyle and FMJ, for those super chats. Very much appreciate it. EFB added a tooltip on the homepage to inform user when an app is not compatible with the currently selected aircraft. In the aircraft app, fixed aircraft cruise speed being randomly wrong. Environmental page, facilities, and runway are now linked to the ATC flight plan. Fix some grammatical errors in the notification menu. Improve the passenger boarding UX depending on the game modes and flight phases. Fixed an issue where in some cases of arrivals with en-route transitions, the route string produced circular routing near the transition start. Fixed an issue where arrival procedures in the route string had an extra number at the end. Fixed an issue where the aircraft cruise performance was not calculated correctly when using performance profile data. Fixed map position not centered on aircraft when starting a flight. Fixed an issue where auto-routing picked procedures that were no longer the entire route. Automatically computed cruise steps will no longer target cruise altitudes below the highest VNav above descent constraint in the flight plan. Route string will now omit DCT between two custom waypoints. Changed cruise altitude warning to yellow. Warning is now hidden if route is incomplete. Automatic initial cruise altitude selection will now prioritize respecting the airplane's maximum cruise altitude over respecting flight plan VNav constraints. Locked waypoints are displayed with a padlock on the map. Map will be concentrated on the current flight plan every time the origin and arrival airports are selected. Added speed and altitude restriction information to the route page. Fixed an issue where in some cases of arrival with en route transitions, the route string produced circular routing near the transition start. Fixed an issue where arrival procedures in the route string had an extra number. I read that already. Fixed an issue where the aircraft cruise performance was not calculated correctly when using performance profile data. Fixed map position not centered on aircraft when starting a flight. Oh my goodness, yes, it's no longer on the southern part of Africa. Love that. That was always, because you always had to hit recenter for it to go where you actually were on the world. Great to see that. Fixed an issue where auto-routing picked procedures that were no longer the entire route. Automatically computed cruise steps will no longer target cruise altitudes below the highest VNav above descent constraint. Route string will now omit, I already read that, I remember that. I don't know why there's so many duplicates. Change cruise altitude to, I already read that. Automatic, I think I read, what did they do? They just copy and pasted things here. Map will now be, yeah, I read that already. Polish the panel border style sheet. Fixed an issue where irrelevant or unresponsive options appeared in the map contextual menu. Fixed an issue where the map contextual menu would appear outside the viewport. Fixed an issue where procedure previews were overly zoomed in, causing legs to appear cropped. Fixed an incorrect ownership or ownship projection on charts for close to border geopoints by correcting orientation rotation logic. Fixed an issue where the air pressure would not show if the METAR has the pressure in the INHG. Fixed an issue where the airways with one letter and 4 digits were not recognized. Fixed an issue where a single en route waypoint was not visible when the rest of the flight plan was empty. Fixed an issue where removing the origin airport did not clear the runway from the departure procedure. Fixed an issue where add waypoint buttons were unresponsive during the active waypoint search. Fixed auto-routing generating IFR procedures when VFR route type is selected. Adjusted spacing and button sizes of the route page layout. Fixed arrivals filtering to show only those without runway transitions or with at least one transition compatible with the selected runway. Fixed the procedure selection window layout styling. Fixed an issue where the incorrect runway transition was selected in certain conditions when a procedure was selected. Fixed an issue where the payload and fuel page load button was disabled too early in flight. Fixed incorrect ETE calculations. Procedure names are now sorted in alphabetical order. Improved process of adding a waypoint to the flight plan from the map contextual menu. Disabled georeferencing for FAA charts due to unreliable metadata. Navlog distance column will now show a decimal place for single-digit values. Changed styling of performance warning to be more clear. Send button is now disabled when the route is empty to prevent sending an empty route to the sim. Updated the map toolbar to change the tablet orientation directly on icon click. Reorganized the layout of the map overlay components. Chart preview now opens when clicking on the chart name instead of requiring the right side button. Moved airport ident into the clip charts page to the left, then clicking it now opens the facility info page. Added always visible stopwatch to the map with new controls for start, stop, and reset. Added a private option to the airline list. Added an advisory pop-up when sending a route with VFR procedures to avionics. Added persistent saving of custom basic performance input in the performance pop-up. Oh, goodness. Pop-up. Added support for coordinates where the latitude and longitude are separated by a slash. And added transition information to the procedure section summary on the route page. Aircraft tech. Fixed cockpit buttons do not light up correctly. Or do not light up to correctly reflect state. There we go. Got some developer stuff there. It looks like it's going to be developer stuff for most of this. Again, if you're a developer and you want to see it, you can go ahead and pause it. But I don't know what I'm talking about with that, so I'm going to go ahead and skip it. Next up, we have aircraft gameplay and ATC. Fixed IFR clearance requests to be allowed while not on flight following. Fixed the text-to-speech pronunciation of Asiana and Lauda Airlines. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Improved handling of takeoff without acknowledging the takeoff clearance. The clearance will now be canceled, and the user can continue VFR or request a new IFR clearance. Improved estimation of descent point for IFR flights. Fixed a bug where ATC stopped following the route after an arrival approach procedure was inserted for the first time. Fixed a bug where the response to an arrival clearance with star could be mismatched with the clearance given. Fixed a case where the star descent clearance could be offered and the reply would not match. Adjusted climb and descent gradients for aircraft not providing performance data for better descent estimation. Added expected altitude to IFR clearance. Improved initial altitude clearance on departure using published top altitude, SID, or safe terrain values. Fixed a bug where the request IFR clearance options were available without a filed IFR plan. Stopped traffic callouts to air traffic clogging the frequency. ATC now refers to the player as ASXGS if its tail number and ATC ID are empty. Remove the legacy request IFR clearance for instrument FP and replaced it with request IFR clearance using the EFB filed plan. Added and improved post-processing of radio effects on ATC communications. Fixed an issue where the toggle ATC keybind would only toggle the ATC on but never off. Added support for stars and descent via a star for larger aircraft. Remove the feet suffix from spoken altitudes. Fixed Class B and C airspace VFR transitions, and improved the algorithm for selecting arrival procedures, stars, approaches, and transitions. External HUD changed GPS altitude tile title from ground altitude to above ground. A bunch of fixes for passive aircraft with landing gear animations, registration numbers, wingspan, LOD issues, and so forth. So I'm not going to read through that. You can see that from passive aircraft to vehicles, and I'm going to drink some water while we're scrubbing through this. So there we go. Like being read a bedtime story, very soothing. I'm glad you like it, Sir DLW. By the way, anything? Nope. It might be delayed on. I might just get out of the beta. We'll see. We just have a little bit to go here. Again, there you get the point. Tons of LOD fixes. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Career mode. Added incompatible aircraft to the select aircraft screen in missions with warning to indicate why they are incompatible. Fixed aircraft moving during RTC. Fixed flow for aircraft without parking brakes. Disabled the option to skip the cruise in missions when the aircraft is damaged or does not have enough fuel. Added tag and briefing to better differentiate between freelance and employee missions. Modified world map mission filter. Aircraft now disable aircraft not compatible with the filtered specializations. Added shortcut to next button in career aircraft purchase flow. Added the ability to see details of locked certifications. Reworked the onboarding for the freelancer mode. Fixed aircraft scroll and specialization screen acting weird when selecting a new specialization after going to the end of the scroll. Modified back shortcut text when entering specialization aircraft list to match actual behavior. Added a confirmation pop-up when changing insurance. Added pop-up when player does not have enough credits to pay access to a certification. Fixed clearance for taxi to gate infringed before reaching the hold short. Fixed an issue where fuel was not properly removed when skipping phases. Fixed electric engine flow for career missions and certifications. Removed point score and certification reward screen. Fixed day-night icons and career briefing never changing when departure or arrival time are at night. Added a pop-up to inform the player that airports have been deleted, and replaced temperature data by wind data in missions briefing. Added a pop-up when the current mission has expired, and added a pop-up to introduce the concept of special missions. General bug fixes. Fixed the back button on several screens leading to the wrong screen. Fixed estimated maintenance cost not appearing when buying used aircraft. Fixed career service error occurring when operating the virtual keyboard. Added an input to skip RTCs in mission. Fixed reroute flight plan persisting through restart. Fixed D-pad navigation not able to reach all the sort function in fleet overview company menu. Removed missions starting on water runways or helipads with an incompatible aircraft. Added custom title to aircraft store delivery page. Modified wording of crew availability on aircraft to toggle passive income. Fixed briefing clouds toggle not working when entering a certification for the first time in the session. Fixed flickering on the card used for introducing features. Fixed avatar standing when entering the certification tree. Fuel levels changing when launching a mission with some aircraft. Taxi and landing career flow for VTOL, helicopter, and electric engine aircraft. Taxi to helipad communications on non-towered airports. Issues when trying to enter the career mode with a low bandwidth. Refuel to full capacity not working in freelancer mode. Wrong aircraft livery used in freelancer mode. Not sure what that means, because we weren't able to change the livery anyway, so I'm not sure how there'd be a wrong livery used, but anyways. Aircraft to checkup, grounded aircraft, and aircraft in use displaying the wrong value in company fleet page. Fixed duration unit of measurement, disappearing on certification screen after entering the briefing and going back. Fixed aircraft thumbnail missing in some career screens. Fixed dialogue playing twice at the end of missions. Unexpected landing failure trigger after a back on track. And fixed a parasite Graham between some screens in my companies. For free flight, change the back on track behavior during all ground phases to spawn on ground instead of the air, and fix the tow plane spawning at the wrong position when launching a free flight or a flight with a glider on the runway. Missions. Fixed back on track feature in climb state. Fixed the co-pilot's welcome dialogue when the player enters and exits the aircraft. Fixed taxi to gate request when there is no parking available. The player can now contact the ground service to request a pushback when the airport is not towered. Nice. Passengers no longer make phone calls on every flight in private charters. My goodness, that's nice to see. Fixed ATC state after skip to descent in VFR. Fixed handoff to new center after skip to descent. Fixed the request full stop landing in the private pilot license with towered airport. Fixed flow after infringing the ATC with taxi to parking confirmation. Fixed move around step validation issues with VR controllers. Fixed parking brake steps in pushback and startup. Fixed Copilot fuel warning announce. Copilot announced for taxi speed warning before aviator performance penalty. Water break, hang on. Oh, there we go. Very nice. Fixed regression on reward screen for legacy missions. Plugged back the reward screen image. Adapted activities RTCs for VR point of view. Removed hypoxia failure to avoid false failures with unpressurized aircraft. Fixed missing pushback RTC for commercial transport and private charter. Fixed parking brake steps after and before pushback in commercial and cargo heavy. Fixed mission steps do not always match visual waypoint markers. Fixed unable to validate request taxi to parking objective due to a missing ATC call earlier in the mission. Fixed landing flight path after a back on track. Add in-flight validation of the current waypoint. Improved detection of the final waypoint on landing. Fixed black screen when crashing with no fuel in freelance career activities. Fixed bug when exiting and re-entering the aircraft will cause the dialogue flow to break. Fixed standard barometer over 18,000 feet plus add Copilot warning for barometer pressure. Fixed passengers comfort scoring and cabin crew. Fixed flight path when the player skipped a descent with a non-towered arrival airport, and fixed landing announcement in certification. Aerial construction, fixed player character not able to move at the beginning of the mission, added condition to prevent pickup while landed, and added an exclusion area to remove other power lines around drop zone. Agricultural aviation added weather dialogues in agricultural aviation and added failure condition when moving too far from the field during the spraying objective. Cargo transport hook added dialogues when damaging the cargo, fixed flight plan altitude for oil rig missions, and fixed Copilot not spawning an aircraft. First flight added flight seeing area on EFB. Search and rescue moved RTC to beginning of mission, and fixed retrieval RTC focused on avatar instead of aircraft. Search and rescue hoist added dialogue when going out of the hoist area while hoisting in progress, and fixed several visual issues on back on track during search and rescue. Rotorcraft search and rescue removed the target retrieval cinematic. It's now integrated into active gameplay. One of the greatest things, and of course, you can land wherever you want. You don't have to be right next to the person to rescue them either. Certifications changed path proximity system to be dynamic, balanced max score of each mission performance, and added drop precision for hook endorsement. Commercial pilot license added taxi to gate flow, fixed maintain altitude step displayed before linked climb to altitude. Online services fixed an issue where the server issue detected error would occasionally occur on the Steam version after the sim had been running for an extended period. Weather fixed a regression where airports could ignore weather information from their METAR, fixed a performance regression when using live weather in areas with a high density of airports and or helipads. Fixed an issue that caused higher than expected lightning intensity. Strikes are now less frequent and more in line with reality, from 1,000 strikes per minute average to 80 strikes per minute. Fixed an issue where the clouds on the world map did not transition correctly after a data update, and improved thunderstorm prediction. Streaming fixed areas around airports sometimes did not load properly and stayed blurry. World fixed some areas with no vegetation, fixed the shape and appearance of distant clouds, improved the lighting of distant clouds, especially when the sun is low in the sky, fixed tiles popping near some photogrammetry airports, and fixed camera zooming issues when selecting departure or arrival locations. Airports, 188 airport identifier changes in accordance with official data, fixed the missing terminal at Barcelona, deletion of 368 closed or non-existent airports, fixed no aprons at ZJHK Airport, improved passenger movement for boarding, Added a new node at the end of the boarding ramp to TP passenger when they are in the aircraft. So a bunch of dev stuff. But hopefully that helps speed it up, because in career mode, or I guess it can happen in free flight if you want it to happen, so maybe they'll speed things up a little bit. This is all really dev stuff for the most part. I'll kind of scrub through it. There's some other stuff. KDAN fixed missing terminal. Well, hopefully they fix the teleporting bridge, too. That's going to be the first thing we test out, because I want to see if they fix that. LaGuardia stuff and whatnot. So there we go. You can pause it if you want to see some specifics. Hangars fixed aircraft not being inside the hangar in mission briefing screen. Fauna fixed issues with bounding boxes and animations on fauna models. Vegetation fixed trees were sometimes missing in large parts of Amazonia. Traffic fixed aircraft array randomly being filled with invalid variations. Air traffic fixed live traffic flights without gate information spawning on unsuitable parking spots. Adjusted traffic landing AI to not overshoot taxi exit. Only a partial fix, so still in the works. Adjusted taxi AI braking logic to prevent airplanes running into others from behind. Adjusted taxi speeds of ground aircraft to ensure better traffic flow. Prevent ground traffic getting stuck with brakes on, therefore not being able to taxi anymore. Fixed AI planes not disappearing when close to the player. Parked aircraft now have a better mix of planes and liveries. Fix remaining cases where unoptimized models would be used for AI traffic. Adjust ratio of parked aircraft to be spawned and fix issues that can lead to overcrowded airports. Fixed a problem where parked aircraft had a chance to not fully load the model and stay invisible. Improved generation of parked aircraft prioritizing airlines that are usually found around the area. Better compatibility with 2020 passive aircraft packages. Optimized performance of live traffic model matching. Force live traffic model matching to only use models optimized for AI traffic. Improved AI or live traffic model matching to do the matching on a specific rule set. Airline plus plane type to airline plus fallback plane type, and so forth. Added fallback mechanism when there is no traffic model available for a given plane type, which will choose alternative models of similar type. Fixed model matching compatibility with 2020 passive aircraft packages, and optimized performance of live traffic model matching, which should reduce stutters when zooming on the world map and loading into busy airports. Then we got some more LOD fixes on road traffic, which again, I'm not going to bother going into. Marketplace fixed an issue where the number of items and upgrades notifications would be incorrect. Fixed free upgrade notification being thrown too much during a single session. Added an airplane weight filter in the aircraft top category. Added a motorization filter. And fixed top rated section sorting to account for number of votes. Fixed an issue where carrier specialization filter only showing content matching all the checkboxes instead of at least one. My library changed recommended sorting to sort marketplace content by acquisition date. Fixed an issue where the transfer of package files would fail and retry infinitely on the PC Xbox app version of the game. Added notifications to keep the user informed about the progress of their download. And added a download option for packages in my library. Multiplayer added replication of several SimVars related to plane dirtiness. Modified multiplayer character to always be on the ground, and fixed liveries are not applied in multiplayer mode. Virtual reality. Fixed right VR controller's joystick trackpad not scrolling in world map text box drop-down list. Improved behavior of vertical wheels, elevator trim, AP versus or vertical speed wheels. In VR. Prevent vibrations and ray from occurring while dragging another interaction. Fixed broken state after completing the first flight in career. Fixed conflict between rudder and panel zoom scroll with VR controllers. Fixed traffic option not saving, applying correctly. Reactivated the new LOD curve in VR. Fixed a wild object culling issue from the release, improving mostly VR render thread performance. Removed unnecessary empty draw commands, reducing render thread overhead. Fixed an issue causing the VR yoke controller to not be interceptable through the masking system. Fixed cockpit interaction secondary and tertiary not working with VR controllers. Changed default VR controller input presets to include cockpit interaction, secondary, and tertiary for all supported VR controllers. I'm probably butchering that word. Added left-handed VR controller input presets as secondary profiles for all supported VR controllers. Added interaction with cockpit touchscreens, avionics, EFB on supported VR controllers with the following new actions. Touchscreen interaction primary, zoom in, and zoom out. Fixed missing icons for some VR controllers' inputs. Fixed the toolbar that sometimes disappeared when leaving the VR mode. Fixed black UI screens displayed in front when using an HDR monitor. Fixed the scan of the VR controllers in the controls menu. Fixed a leak when switching to VR. And secondary, tertiary interaction can now be bound and used in VR controllers. Controls added a confirmation pop-up when the preset Apply to All button is clicked, merged the Apply to All and Set as Default Preset Settings buttons, fixed a crash caused by disconnecting the current device on the Tweak Curve screen, added presets Locked pop-up when trying to edit an action on a locked preset, added following actions to interact with cockpit touchscreens, again primary zoom out, and zoom in, mapped by default on VR controllers and gamepads. Cursor mode is no longer needed for the latter. Move the keybind primary secondary toggle to the top of the action settings page. Added cockpit free look off and on to allow control on the surfaces while looking around. Both actions are now mapped to the default mouse preset instead of toggle cockpit view free look hold with on triggering on, press and off on the release. Description of the toggle cockpit free look hold has been changed to specify that surfaces aren't controllable while it is toggled on. That's another great change too, because if you held the right button with SU2, you couldn't fly the plane anymore. You were locked in the camera view until you let go. That's gone now. You can look around and still mess with the stuff, which is great. Disabled the import-export preset buttons on console, fixed some unusable actions being listed in control settings, and added a timer when rebinding an input so that you still have time to bind when the UI focus leaves the current line. Peripherals allowed devices to be renamed and disabled, and also reworked some peripheral default profiles. Peripheral fixes include missing shortcut on keyboard to open-close items in My Library page, inverted axis on some peripherals default profiles, added control over some menu scroll bars, Marketplace, My Library, Career Time Selection when navigating on keyboard with open brackets, close brackets, page up, and page down. Fixed view mode rapidly switching when inputting cockpit external view mode at the same time as entering a text field. Activities, fixed target runway on 2020 landing challenges. Training, added missing notification of helicopter is partly or fully under AI control in helicopter trainings. Fixed an issue in VR when the instructor's avatar wasn't shown in the helicopter. Fixed pilot's outfit in F-18 trainings. Improved helicopter cyclic training by returning cyclic assist if a player can't handle no assist flight yet. Fixed some hovering steps not being validated when player was hovering very low in a few helicopter trainings. Fixed wrong engine settings after a back on track in the beginning of the training. Fixed 0% scoring for releasing the tow cable in glider aero tow training. Fixed wrong flight plans being displayed in basic handling trainings. Fixed textural error in helicopter confined area training, right downwind leg instead of left. Added red indication for failed steps, which could be skipped in the helicopter trainings. Challenge League added pop-ups whenever the player joins a cohort for the first time, gets promoted, or a series ends, and added information pop-ups when the player changes between leagues. World Photographer fixed the accordions of the camera panel were not working properly, closing themselves sometimes. Character assets and animation. Fixed character not teleported on a node when the node isn't found but stay visible is now hidden if he cannot be teleported. Fixed animation of Copilot in multiplayer mode. Fixed avatar having a frame and T-pose when editing it inside the avatar selector. And lastly, disabled auto crouch when in VR for the avatar. And that is... oh, they added dev mode. Again, it's there. You can pause it or whatever. I'm not reading through all that. How much is this, actually? There's a lot going on here. I'll just have the link in there, and if you're a developer, you want to look... yeah, no, that's good. I'm not reading that. And there we go. Sim Update 3, 1.5.27.0's changelog. What a read that was. That was an hour and 9 minutes going through the release notes. So do I have this yet? Okay, I'm just gonna try it. Let's just go a little, let's just bail out of the beta really quick and just see if that helps. And then I'm gonna catch up with chat, and if it doesn't give me the update, we're gonna dive into the free Eurocopter that comes with the ADEC rescue mission with it, which is fantastic. Really looking forward to that. And of course, the Germany City update also came out today. But yeah, I'm just gonna bail and just see if that gives us anything here. Sweet. Oh, actually, it's still pending. Hang on. Oh, wait, what does that say? There's something else. We are currently investigating an issue with SU3 not deploying properly to some players on the Xbox and Windows Microsoft Store platform. Of course. Of course. And Steam users are not impacted by this issue. Well, there's the answer to that. So I didn't even have to leave the beta, which is a shame. It says to some players, though, so maybe we luck out. All right, so while we do all this, let us continue. And again, thank you to Joe for being a member for 42 months. That's amazing. But hello to Abigail, Christopher, Sir Quack, welcome as well. And Jose and Kanzi. Silent TLD remains aggressive, keeping the textures in poor quality. Okay. We'll see what's going on when we get there. And 2C Box, welcome as well. People saying I can't install it because that was all going on. Blue Starline, hello, hello. Hello to you. Always fancy seeing a check mark going on here. Let's see here. And Christopher, welcome as well. All right, there we go. We're officially out. I'm gonna do this too. I'm gonna go all crazy on this. Hang on. This probably will do nothing, but you know, why not? It doesn't take long to get it going again, so whatever. I don't know why there's like 8 million things on here. Goodness gracious. This will not take long to get installed. But yeah, so did they post the trailers yet? There must be something in here. Because, yeah, City Update 12 released today, which is awesome. Get me to the main page here. There we go. Because it's got to be under here. Oh, they didn't even post it? What in the world? I wonder why, because this isn't the first time this has happened with the Windows Store version and Xbox not getting the update. I don't know why their own platforms have the issue, but on Steam it's like, that's fine. All right, perfect. Because, I mean, it only has to install 8 gigabytes. Fantastic. So, yeah, if we don't get the update, we're going to be diving into Local Legend 21, I believe, is what released. Yes, Local Legend 21, the Eurocopter EC-135, which is our 4th and final make-good aircraft. And it does come with their own airlift rescue mission, which I'm really excited to dive into. So we'll see if this ends up working out. If not, it's fine. At least we have something to kind of mess with. We're still in Sim Update 3, so... Well, no, now we won't be. We'll be in... Whatever. If I need to join the beta again, I'll join it again. It's whatever. But I guess we'll do a little recap. Oh, here, I'll keep going on the chat really quick. And here, I'll have the changelog going through. So you can just kind of see that as it scrolls by as I catch up with chat. All right, perfect. As expected, the update is broken for some Xbox users, all these betas, and they couldn't get it to work day one. I'm sure it'll not take too long for it to show up. But hello, Jesse. Hello, FMJ and Fly2. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, the thing I'm confused about is the Dreamlifter hasn't seen any fixes. The or not the Dreamlifter. So those are still gonna be broken, I guess. We'll check that out when we end up getting into it. The Hype Performance Group H225 still hasn't seen its first update. I don't know. I would just give that aircraft to somebody else to work on because I don't know what they're doing over there at Hype. But yeah, so there's some planes that I'm kind of disappointed that still haven't seen any, fixes or improvements. Oh, let's see here. Hello, greetings from the Netherlands, Bert. Welcome from the Netherlands. How are we doing on this? Almost done. Already 73%. Love it. All right. Let's have that scrolling through again. But yeah, I was kind of hoping, because I know that the whole reason why we're not getting heavy cargo in Sim Update 3 either is because the whole skip thing's broken with the Airbuses. But I was still kind of hoping to see them in the passenger transport side of things. But unfortunately, that was pushed to Sim Update 4. We already kind of knew that, but we'll see. And then other planes that did receive fixes, like the CL415, no matter what you do, you're always overstressing the engines and having engine malfunctions. I'm still kind of annoyed that there's not been anything regarding that. Same with the Twin Otter. I guess nothing with the reflections has been fixed. We'll test that stuff out too. But yeah, it's just because the Twin Otter acts like there's no body to the aircraft, so you're seeing everything right below you in the window. It's really weird, and unfortunately, nothing listed about that in the fixes. All right. I mean, it'll be pretty similar to what you've been seeing from me with the beta that we've been in the whole time. So, put a translation. How am I going to do a live transit? What in the world? And hello, Binky. Welcome as well. Oh, I think it's done. It is. Fantastic. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see if it pushes us the beta, or the Sim Update 3. Wouldn't that be nice? Because if it doesn't, I'm going to re-enter the beta because I'm not playing in Sim Update 2. No thank you. And no other certifications have been added. That'll be Sim Update 4. And Binky with 10 gifted memberships. Holy crap. Congratulations to Brian, Raven, JT, Kev, Eric, Who, Jests, Ghost, Reaper, WRB. Very nice. Alright, so we'll see what version we get. Hopefully we luck out. And hold on. Let me do something really quick. The screen's going to go blank for a second. Because I want to show this really fast. This is what came out today. This is for free. Is just... Oh, it's not even... Get it up into 4K. Come on. It's developed by Namath. I guess I'll keep this. Oh, no, I don't know if it's muted. I don't think it is copywritten, but I'll just have it muted anyways. But this is available for free. Can't wait to fly this thing. And then, of course, it does have a mission with it. I don't know if it's just one thing or what the deal is, but either way, I'm going to do a video over that specifically. And then, of course, City Update 12 came out today as well. The second one for Germany. But how sweet is that? Can't wait to fly that. So there's that. And then... Let me back it up here. Did they release the... other trailer? Why is it? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna go through like 7 million pages here. Ah, yes, there it is. And then City Update 12. And then, of course, I'll do a comparison. That's why I was hoping not everything was going to release today. I was hoping Sim Update 3 would have been tomorrow, but now everything released at the same time, so... Oh, man. But it's looking really cool. I was starting to work on it a little bit. And then Sim Update 3 released. So that'll be coming out later today on our before and after the city update. But of course, it brings in new updated satellite imagery and terrain data and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be fun kind of messing with this and seeing what's going on with it. So City Update 12 for both 2020 and 2024, and the Eurocopter is only 2024. The sky is calling. And there we go. Just thought I'd showcase that, just in case you haven't seen that yet, since we've had plenty of other things to dive into today. Goodness. Oh my goodness, that scared the crap out of me. But yeah, hopefully this gets us into it. If not, we'll just hop back into the beta build and then go from that. And Doug, no, you should be able to just get the update. You don't have to get out of it. I just did it just to see if it helps things. And yeah, FMJ, I'll just do a quick live translation. Like, I can't believe somebody was telling me, saying that in the chat. An hour of reading live, but let me do it in multiple languages at the same time. Steam doesn't show an update. Did you restart Steam? Because sometimes if you go, you know, down here and then just right-click it and fully close Steam, that'll help you get that update. I didn't have the city update or the new chopper. It's in the marketplace. And Tusi Box, that's my bad. I misunderstood Jorg during the development stream. He actually said rotorcraft. I thought he said something completely different. That's what happens when I'm too busy writing things down. So that's on me. I was given some bad info. Because I had when it was shown, I was like, I thought it was a water plane. I went back and listened to it. He says rotorcraft. So I completely misunderstood, and that's my bad. So, ooh, another. Oh, I think we might get it. There might be a chance. I think we just found the magical play here of getting the Windows Store to get the update. We'll see. And yeah, if you're having issues with not seeing the build, if we come up to the top of the screen here, let me bring that up here. This is the reason why. So if you're on Xbox or the Windows Microsoft Store, some people aren't seeing it just yet. I did a full reinstall. Oh, I'm kind of worried it's not doing anything. Uh-oh. I'll give it a few more seconds, and if it doesn't end up doing anything, we'll start from that. Oh, this is actually a perfect spot. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. What is this window doing here? Goodness. We'll just kind of have it sitting here. Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just stop you there. Because you definitely weren't doing anything just now. Okay, hang on. Things have collapsed. Is it still running in the back? Oh, there it is. Hello. Welcome. Why are you just sitting here? Don't do this. Just get Sim Update 3 and we'll be fine. It's fine. Okay, we're going to do this. Wow, it's not even... it's not even showing up as a thing. Which means it's doing absolutely nothing, as I'm suspecting. Where's the Windows Store here? Because I just want to give it a fresh... I'll just try this one more time. If it doesn't do anything, I'll just restart the computer. Because, yeah, it's not even showing up in the task manager, so it's not even doing anything. It just pops up. Oh, why is this launching? Okay. I hope that's not right. Oh no. Why isn't it? It just doesn't move. All right, here. I'm just going to restart. Hold up. Let's just do this. I don't know what's happening, but I feel like I've broken everything. Let me get the Xbox going here, too. Maybe I can just switch to that. Let's see. Hopefully I can get something going here. I don't think that number was right. I don't know what was going on there. All right, let's see. Oh, would help if I had the controller plugged in. All right. And that's okay, because at least we can play. I'll deal with other stuff, because we're still in the beta here, of course. So this is, of course, Sim Update. You're already playing this? No, I'm not. Play here. Don't tell me what I'm doing. Because, I mean, if we can just kind of mess around with that new helicopter really quick, I mean, I'm okay with that. And then I'll work on the PC side of things here, which, oh, crap. Is it going to let me do that? Can I update? Because it's showing up as an error. which is not... Oh, no, it's doing something. Oh, no, don't start. Just install, please. There we go. It's doing something on PC now, which is great. So we'll be able to see what's going on and what build we actually are installing there. I don't know what you're saying. Please translate into ancient caveman grunts and body language. I have to get the, you know, because it's not just the vocalization of it. You need the webcam as well, or the cave cam, I guess it would be called. Because, you know, I don't want to do it wrong and then upset people by not translating correctly. So that's gonna be something we need to work on. And unsurprisingly, the update was not 50 gigabytes, so it's 23% on that. Awesome. I'm just glad that's doing something now. But we also have other things on the screen, which is great. So this is Sim Update 3, the latest beta build here. So if you go to the marketplace, that is where you're going to find City Update 12. And I don't know if the helicopter's here just yet, because that wasn't showing up the last time I looked. Nope, it's still not out. Good. At least I'm not missing out on something right now. But I do know City Update 12. That is not the button I meant to hit. I don't know what's happening right now. There we go. What? I just typed... Oh my goodness. Specific. You'd think it would just be like the top search since it's their own thing, but okay. There it is. But yeah, there's City Update 12, Germany, which is available to go. I, of course, already have it because I was messing with it before the update came out. And then let me type in something else, see if it pops up. I think it's the EC135? EC135. No results there. I mean, it's okay. They can take their time releasing that. It's fine. I'm really excited to do that mission with it, though. God, I hate the marketplace. They need to improve it. It's so just horrendous. Airplane. Oh no, helicopter. Oh, Jesus. Just doing little movements. It's just like, oh, let's freak out. No, still not out. Oh, you know why? Last time it wasn't in the marketplace either. It was just sitting in your plane list. So it might just be in here. Let's see. It might not be, which it's fine if it isn't. Yes, right now we're still in the beta build here. I'm up to... No, it's still not out. Sweet. I'm okay with that. I'm just updating the PC version, just seeing if the Windows version is going to get the update. Because right now, there's an oddity going on with the release of the Microsoft Store and Xbox version. If you're on Steam, you shouldn't be having any issues getting the Sim Update 3 beta build. Oh shoot, is it really loud? No. I'm so sorry, I forgot I have it because I... crap. That's alright, I wasn't saying anything important. Just enjoy the menu music, but it's good now. Sorry. That is my bad. But no, it's not going to be under... Because last time it was just in the plain list. It's not out yet. I don't think it's going to be in the plain list anyways, since it does have its own mission stuff. So it'll just be something in the marketplace. But yeah, sorry about that, everybody. I completely forgot about that. I was so used to having no audio when we were going through the changelog, so yeah. My bad. But thank you for bringing it up. But yeah, it's not going to be here. But alright, I think it's done updating on the PC. It is, yes. Let's see what we got. Oh, because I have no idea what build we're going to be on here. I'm hoping we've magically got put onto the Sim Update 3 public release. Let's find out. It's gonna be like, you're playing on a different thing. I don't care. Sign me out of there, please. Single has save data. I don't care. Get me in. Let's see. It's a mystery, because I don't know what build we're on. Does your pilot's profile pic always show in the career tile? Can't remember if mine does. You talking about like the profile picture? Then yeah. Because that's always in the top right, if we're talking about, if that's what we're talking about, because I'm confused. Do you need to use your card to download the free stuff? No, I don't believe so. And Mickey, no, that'll be Sim Update 4 for heavy cargo. Unfortunately. Mini Builds was having issues with the skip functionality, and that's the only reason why it's been delayed, unfortunately. I kind of wish they would just disable it, and if people are going to cry about that, then they can just wait for the update that fixes the skip stuff, but let everybody else enjoy it, you know? But yeah, unfortunately, that was pushed to Sim Update 4. And yeah, right now there's some, if you're on the Windows Store or the Xbox version, the update is not pushing out to everybody right now. They're working on it. I don't think it's going to be that long of a fix for it. But if you're on Steam, you'll be seeing that. Where's the EC-135? I don't know, but I'm glad it's not here just yet, because there's too much going on in Flight Sim today. There's far too much going on. So yeah, we'll see what build we're in here. Hopefully it'll say 1.5.27.0, but I'll be surprised. Alt-enter? I'm going to wait till we see the changelog. We're not going to be spoiling it yet. My Xbox won't start FS24, says needs mandatory update, and says servers are in maintenance. Nice. Above the marketplace tile on the main page. Oh, you're talking about where it shows your avatar. Yeah, that's always been there. I know sometimes he disappears, but I'll look again. Was he there when I was on the Xbox? I don't even... I hardly even pay attention to that, but yeah, now I know what you're talking about. By the way, it's a bit of a slower boot since I just reinstalled the whole sim, so just keep that in mind. That is why the load time is slower. Because it's an initial launch again. Alright. Where are we? Nice. Aww, Sim Update 2! Lame. Oh, here. Is the helicopter here? Nope. Ugh, get me out of this Sim Update 2 nonsense. Gross. I haven't been in that build for months. Well, I guess what we'll do then is, for now, just kind of fly around. We'll go into the German city update and just kind of fly around a little bit. I'm going to swap back to the beta, though, because I'm not flying in Sim Update 2. Get that garbage off my hard drive. No thanks. FS 2020 works fine on Xbox? That's nice. I haven't touched 2020 since 24 released, and I'm never going back to that sim. Try doing a backflip and 5 push-ups, then boot up the game. Oh, that sounds like a fantastic strategy, KW. I like it. I went in Steam and disabled beta, got newest SU3. Yeah, I mean, Steam isn't having any issues. It's just the Microsoft Store and the Xbox versions, unfortunately. Which I'll keep checking the Xbox side of it too, just to see if... Oh crap, I don't have anything plugged in to see it. Oh, my whole setup is a mess with cables. I have one cable for pretty much everything. Alright, sweet. So there's that. Get me back on the beta, please. Make sure this actually loads right. By the way, what a fantastic background today. Love it. Alright, we'll let that update. Someone get Jorg on the phone. He's in Gamescom. Alright, let me move my one HDMI cable back to Xbox here. But I just don't know why the Xbox and Microsoft Store versions always the ones that get delayed releases. I don't get it. I'm not sure what, because I think this is like the second or third time something like this has happened. Let me restart the Xbox, see if that pushes an update out. If not, we're going to just fly around on PC on the Sim Update 3 beta build, because it's basically what you're going to be flying anyways in the full one. Because honestly, not much really crazy, nothing that we didn't see in the beta. So we'll just enjoy the German city update. Hopefully we can dive into the helicopter as well. If not, no big deal. I'm going to be doing a video over that anyways, so. Nope. All right. Well, there's that. There is that. And here, we'll just fly around on the Xbox for a little bit while that's doing it. I don't want to sit at a screen the whole time doing nothing. But yeah, if you're on Steam, you don't have any issues. The update is just there. New free planes are in the hangar, only appear to pay on 2020. Well, the helicopter today is not in 2020. It's a 24 release only. Did I leave the beta? I did on the PC, but I'm back in it now. I was just seeing if that was going to help out. I reinstalled the sim. It's just something on their end, unfortunately. Not sure if there's any change to the announcement yet. Nope, still says we are currently investigating an issue with SU3 not deploying properly to some players on the Xbox and Windows Microsoft Store platforms. We are working to resolve this issue and get SU3 deployed to all players as quickly as possible. Steam users are not impacted by this issue. Which is a shame. Maybe next time I will just buy it on Steam, because for whatever reason they can never launch it correctly on their own platforms. It's just odd to me, but whatever. So let's head over to Germany and we'll just do some flights. So I know one area is up here that's been updated. This is on the Xbox Series X, by the way, in case you're wondering. And we're just going to hop into... Let's just do... You know what? I want to fly more of this helicopter. I really enjoy this thing. NKW, yes, that is the Bing wallpaper app. Yep. Indeed it is. All right. Let's see how long it takes for it to load in. And by load in, I mean the textures, not the... because we're already in the sim, obviously. Nice. Ground textures next. There we go. Perfect. All right, let me also get the audio up now, so that way everybody can actually hear what's going on. Perfect. But yeah, so while this is still beta gameplay, I mean, it's going to be pretty much matching what you're going to be experiencing when you get into the public release. Because again, the changelog was nothing really new from what we've been dealing with. Let's see if the EFP is really fixed. It's not fixed. It's still not. It's still... Oh, God. Oh, wait. I'm not in the... I just said I'm in the beta. Never mind. Ignore that. We'll test that out when we get it, which hopefully, again, isn't going to take too long for them to figure out why it's not releasing on the... I forgot. This thing doesn't have a quick start. Let me go to the runway. Because I'm not doing this right now. But yeah, just ignore what I said about the EFB. I completely forgot I'm not in the public release yet. Dang it. It's so annoying. And then I'll just keep an eye out on the forum, seeing when this is going to be resolved. Alright, we'll let everything load in here, and then we'll take off. Ford, I mean, they didn't recommend a reinstall for the public release, so I don't think you need to do that. So, I mean, if you've never been in the beta or anything like that, I wouldn't bother reinstalling. I was just doing that just to see if it would help speed up the process of the update getting pushed out, but it made no difference. Alright, let's go take a little gander at City Update 12, Germany. The City of Germany. I'm surprised they didn't just call it a world update, since it did more than just like a specific city. But yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen any of my coverage over the beta or anything like that, I mean, the experience, especially on Xbox, is just miles above what we've been experiencing. Oh. Weird. There's some, like, extra stuff there. The devs who made this, I keep forgetting who made it, but... Oh, I think it's House Hanger, or Taugs Hanger, whatever it is. They still need to work on the blade shadows. Oh, I mean, I can't try the Twin Otter just yet, because I already know it's a mess in the beta build. So I want to test it once we're fully in the public release, because I'm hoping there's some tweaks to what from this final build to that one. But I would imagine it's probably pretty much similar to what we have in this last beta build here. And if you're just joining again, if you're on the Microsoft Windows Store or Xbox version of the sim, they're working on getting the public release build out. I do have the city update installed, right? I should probably look at that before we kind of just see. I still wish you could look at the My Library when you're in the flight. Let me just double check it, because it doesn't look different. I'm still seeing a lot of that ugly green color on the buildings. I can't play 24 after I install the official SU3. I don't think there's not an update yet. So if you've seen one, I'm not sure what it is, because it's not out just yet. So I don't know. That's weird. It's actually, oh, that's so dumb too. Like, I don't. Can we change that? Like, why do you have to be at this specific main menu screen in order to look at your My Library? Because if you're in any other menu, it's like, oh, you can go back to the home page. Okay, whatever. Is it coming out today? Yes. The city update, the free Local Legend 21, and Sim Update 3 are all releasing today. Let me make sure I even have this thing installed here. Because, yeah, I mean, it could be because of that. Or maybe I was just flying in an area that wasn't really updated. Oh, crap, man. I'll just restart the Xbox really quick, see if an update got pushed. Because if not, then I'll probably just wrap up the stream, unfortunately. I just don't know why there's always some weird nonsense that happens. And yes, that was Xbox footage there. 135 is not realistic by any means. I don't care. I've never flown in one, so I'm not worried about that. I just want to have a fun experience. And I'll have a fun experience doing the new mission with it. But nope, still no update. God, that sucks. That's really obnoxious. Unbelievable. SU3 worked for me. If you're on Steam, that is why it worked for you. If you're on the Windows Store version or the Xbox, the update is not being pushed out like it's supposed to. From the team at Microsoft, pushing the update to their own service. Well, I'll give it another 5 minutes. If nothing happens, then I'll just bail out, unfortunately. Because there's really no point in me flying in the beta. We've been doing that the whole time, so I don't know if things did change. I doubt it. It's probably going to be similar to what we are already having. But here, I'm going to swap over the PC again. Or I'll just buy the sim on Steam. I'm not doing that. I'm not a fan of Steam. I just don't like it. Oh my goodness gracious. Update is out on Xbox? Are you kidding? I just turned everything off. I hope not. I mean, I'll try it. I'm just gonna restart everything again and then just hope it pops in. Because I'm hoping it's out, because it'd be nice to really dive into it finally and not just fly around in the beta, because I don't really want to do that. By the way, I was on beta, downloading do not improve performance. Okay, I don't know what that means, but Steam version. If you're on Steam, just here. If you're on Steam, just go here and then here I'll show it to you specifically. Cuz Steam should be getting the update no problem right now. So what I would do is if Steam's open, go down here, right click the Steam icon and then and then exit Steam. That way it'll be a full reboot of the store and the update should be there for you. Like ours should be. Nope, there's nothing. Because if it doesn't stay at updating or searching for update and it goes right to launch the game, that means there's nothing there. Hey Nighthawk, hello, hello. Normally updates go flawless. I mean, this is like the second or third time the Microsoft Store and Xbox doesn't properly get the update right away. I don't know why that's always a thing. I mean, I can try. If that doesn't work, I'll just wrap up the stream, unfortunately. Oh my goodness. All these random stupid things. Because I did this earlier, but it didn't change anything, but we'll try it. I won't reinstall the whole sim this time, though. Because I need it, I mean, I don't know if it does this anymore, because I don't think you need to go here, but it's always worth a shot to see. Because I don't think it's like 2020 was, where you always had to do something from the store first and then go to the sim. But we'll let that do its thing. Let's bail out of the beta again. Oops. Microsoft Photos, Microsoft Copilot, and Windows Web Experience Pack. Fantastic. All the things I want. So yeah, nothing there specifically. We'll see if we'll see what happens after leaving the beta again. But no, you normally don't have to. If you're in the beta, you just go into the release one. It has nothing to do with the beta. Because even if you're not in it, you're not seeing it either. At least not everybody. It seems like maybe it's slowly going out to other people. Whatever the issue may be, but yeah. They definitely need to work on their releases still. I mean, you'd think the third sim update, it would be a more uniform experience, but unfortunately it is not. Why do I have a PC and Xbox? Why not? Why is that an issue? I mean, I don't... Oh, no, if you have a PC, then what's the point in having an Xbox? Well, I have a PlayStation and Switch as well. Oh my goodness. The horror. It's always so funny to me how people are so worried about, oh, why you have multiple things. Why not? Goodness gracious. I probably need to restart the PC then for it to register that I'm not in a beta anymore because I didn't do anything. Oh, bother. Jonathan, nice. You have a Switch, PS5, and PC. Very nice. I would show it to you if the update would actually come to me, but unfortunately I don't have it on Steam, so I don't get the update. Oh, boy. Reinstalling on Series X, it's an 8.4 gigabyte for the sim and 7.9 add-on for the. Well, hopefully it gives. Keep us updated. Maybe it'll be the new one. I don't know, because I already did a reinstall too, but it was just sim update 2, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not even kicking me out of the beta for some reason. I'll let it load and just see what it does, but it just goes right into launching the game. Started with Switch, strict parents, then they allowed me the PS5 and I got a PC. Nice, Jonathan, very nice. Hopefully you're enjoying being able to experience games on other platforms instead of just PC, you know? Because I definitely have console for multiplayer stuff, because I don't play multiplayer stuff on PC. Way too many people cheating in every single aspect of gaming, so I don't deal with it. But for stuff like Flight Sim and everything, it's nice having a PC for that. And you'd think after 3 months of being in a beta, like everything would be kind of situated, but oh well, not much I can do about it. Because when did they bring that up? That it was broken. Over an hour ago. 10:17. It's almost 2 hours since they'd known about this issue. Man. So yeah, I'll do a couple more reboots and then we'll wrap it up, unfortunately. If I knew that, I would have just done a video over the changelog and just have that go out, but I wasn't expecting this to be an issue. Yeah, 1.5.26. I don't know why it's not kicking us out of the beta either. I'm not even enrolled in it. Normally you just do a restart of it and it's like, oh, we'll put you back off of it. There we go. No guarantee that it's Sim Update 3, but it's worth a shot. What country am I from? I'm gonna guess. I'll go with South Korea. What's happening? Steam users get the update, and people on Microsoft Store or Xbox don't. Is the deal. So if I download 2024 now, it'll include the SU3, and I don't have to take any precautions like empty. I don't know. I don't have anything in my community folder, so I'm never really dealing with that. But I wouldn't assume anything would be going on, but I don't know. Now the update is online for 2.9 gig for Series X. I'll check again, but... And it's all good, Cher. It's all good. LAN parties were super fun back in the day on PC. Stuff like Unreal Tournament, Quake, Doom. No doubt. No doubt about it. So no I mean, it'll be out at some point today, but it's already been 2 hours of them knowing that the Xbox and Microsoft Store versions aren't sending the update out right. So no, it has nothing to do with too many downloads. It just wasn't sending it out properly for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know. And this is probably gonna just end up being Sim Update 2 again, and if it is, then oh well. I don't want to keep wasting your guys' time and having the stream going on for nothing. Because normally what happens is we go through the changelog and we're right in the update and getting going and having a fun time, but of course today that's not happening. Just got promoted to a 4 gigabyte up. Ooh, I mean, hopefully it's starting to roll out. Maybe it's happening. What type of monitor do you... I mean, if you try to get me specific or get me to say specifics of my setup, I don't even know. It's just a regular 1080p monitor with I think 144 hertz refresh. Does this just tell me when I look at it? But yeah, 1920 by 1080, the 144. Oh, I'm not even on 100. Nice, I'm on 60 hertz. Oh, I think that switches because of my other HDMI cable. But it's normally 144 hertz and all that good stuff. But yep, nothing crazy. I don't have anything crazy with setup. I just want something that runs good and looks decent. I don't need 4K for games or anything like that. Like the Rockstar developer app on your screen. Yeah, I can't wait to open it and... Well, I mean, I wouldn't be doing it on PC anyways. On my Series X. Because you already saw I have it wishlisted on Xbox with GTA 6. Can't wait. I think I'm done with Walkabout. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not really... I don't know. We'll see. I might go back to it after the next update or something. But as for doing it consistently, I don't know. There was just becoming less and less interest on it on the channel. So I wasn't too worried about it. Really excited to see American and Euro Truck Sim come to console. Can't wait. I think that event's going on, so maybe we'll actually get a release date for it. But, yeah. You use a supercomputer? Oh, definitely not. It's a 3060 RTX Ti GPU in there, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and an i7-7700 series CPU. And that is the extent of my knowledge of what my PC is. But again, I just want something that runs things decently, and then that's all I care about. I don't need the 50 series GPU cards and all this other nonsense. Trying to get better graphics for my Xbox without having to move to PC. Well, I mean, with the new settings with Sim Update 3, I mean, I still think there's a night and day difference with the visuals, the load distances, performance on Xbox. Been really enjoying my time in the beta builds lately with flying around an Xbox, because I've done a couple streams over that specifically with the Series X. And yeah, it's been so much nicer, because I never enjoyed flying on an Xbox. I always thought it was just absolutely horrendous. But now it's finally to the point where it should have been when the sim originally released. So, what's new? I mean, if you've been watching all the stuff that I've been doing over the beta builds, there's really nothing different from the last beta build and everything else that we've seen from the last 3 months of beta testing. So, I mean, there's nothing that really jumps out new. And Rob, yes, it is out for Steam users. We'll see if it's out for Windows and Xbox users at this point. Because there's a couple people that said they're getting an update. So be sure to keep us updated on that, because I'm interested to see if you're on Sim Update 3. I have to wait 1.5 weeks to try SU3 because now I'm on vacation. Pretty sad it releases when I'm not. That's how it always works. You know, you're always doing something or you're not around, but when you are around, nothing happens. It's always working out that way. And you're welcome, Fresh. Absolutely. And if you have any other questions about Sim Update 3 or whatever, I can do my best to answer it because I've been in it for 3 months. Nice. Working on leaving the beta now. And we'll see, Crazy Frank, because I left the beta now. I don't know. This might just be Sim Update 2. We're about to find out here shortly, though. There's actually a lot more companies starting to make stuff for Xbox, which is nice to see. I know Turtle Beach has some stuff now, and of course Thrustmaster, which is what I use. The HOTUS one, you know, the cheapo $90. I mean, it's still a lot, but it's cheaper compared to some other stuff out there. And King Bob's, no, you do not need a clean install. If you're not in the beta or anything, and you were just on Sim Update 2 this whole time, you don't need to reinstall. That was just a beta thing. The 4 GB update was Sim Update 3. Oh, very nice, Black Noise. We'll have to try it out on the Xbox again here and see if it popped up. And Fankey, no, reinstall is not recommended. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. Oh, hello. Why are you doing another one? Give us the magical 4 GB update, apparently. Do it. Oh, it's another. Oh, okay. It's another 8 GB update. Whatever that's about. I don't care. It's doing something else. That's exciting. Could it be? I need to do something, though. Don't just sit there. Make your way to the server, get the update, and let it go rolling. Oh, there we go. Come on, be Sim Update 3 so we can finally do something. That would be lovely. Have you ever tried Auto FPS? I don't even know what that is. So the answer to that is no. One certainly does not need a 5,000. See, the other thing that I always see people get those new high-end GPUs, and then they always seem to be complaining about every game not running well on it. So it's just like, what's the point? It's like if my 30 series GPU is still running things great and I'm not dealing with issues with it, then I'm not going to bother upgrading. That would be nice, Barry, because I mean, I'm so used to it now anyways, where the beta builds are always resetting my graphics settings or peripheral settings and everything else. And glad you enjoy the voice. I appreciate it. It's a tool to remove stuttering on 24. I mean, honestly, I don't really have that much stuttering anymore. Sim Update 3's performance improvements, I think, are very noticeable. I think Sim Update 3 is the biggest difference in performance. Sim Update 2 did a little bit, but not much. Sim Update 1 really didn't do anything. But this third one, I feel like it's making a lot of great improvements. So we'll see when we get in here. Hopefully this is Sim Update 3 installing here. And Monica, yes, that is true. That is going. I think they're starting to figure out what was going wrong, and the update is pushing out to Xbox and Microsoft Store owners of the Sim. Is it possible to install? You're not installing all of it, but you're installing, you know, city updates, world updates, the planes, the base objects, all that kind of stuff. So it's not everything, but it's a majority of it. So you'll be able to install all of that. I'll showcase that when we're in the sim. In case you don't know about that just yet, I can showcase it. My Xbox now has a 5.7 gigabyte download. Ooh, very nice. Well, hopefully you're in Sim Update 3 court, because yeah, that might be the play right now, is just leaving the beta if you are part of it. And it should be popping up, which hopefully it is. I just got on and SU3 is locked and loaded, ready for flight. Nice, Stingray! It's happening. And Monica, if it's not showing up for you, depending on the device you're on, if you're on the Xbox, just hold the Xbox button down, do restart console. That'll help push out updates. Don't just leave it on, because it'll take longer for the update to showcase. And then same goes for PC. Just restart it if it's not showing up just yet. And right, Stingray, yes, it is great being able to toggle some graphic settings, especially on the Xbox side of things. I agree. Be warned, I heard the more that is installed locally, the longer the load times will be, similar to... I mean, that's not surprising, because there's more stuff that it's needing to render. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like the whole streaming thing, but there are positives to it. But then again, if you're not on a great internet or you have a data cap, this is still going to be very helpful. So I think the longer loading times is a good side effect to having less data usage and stuff like that. On PC beta, okay, Monica, well, we're going to test this out because I just left the beta before this happened. So I think we might be on Sim Update 3. So if that's the case, I wouldn't do it just yet. But if we do end up on Sim Update 3, just leave the beta. You can just rejoin it when Sim Update 4's beta starts at some point. But yeah, so we'll see. On PC, the update is 280 megabytes. That is probably not Sim Update 3. I'm just going to take a wild guess on that. You tried Battlefield 6? I did. I did a few streams over it. Enjoyed it immensely. Had a blast with it being a medic and reviving everybody. Is this for PC version? I'm currently playing on the Xbox version on PC. What? I'm assuming you just mean like the Windows Store. But yeah, if the update isn't showing up, just restart your PC. The update should push. Launching the game now. Nice, Barry. Stingray. No, the settings should be off, low, and then the highest for most of them are medium on Xbox. In Africa, the internet is pretty bad, so just a bit of streaming like 2020 would be nice for guys like me. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, that's where being able to download the stuff is going to be very, very helpful, no doubt. But welcome, Flight Sim Africa. Happy to have you here. And Quad, I wonder if I should re-download all the offline files I migrated from SU3 beta. If you were in the beta and you installed stuff, I would go ahead and just not bring that over, because I don't know if that's going to create issues or not. I would just have everything streamed. Oh, well, I like seeing this. Please quit Microsoft Flight Simulator and update before continuing. Well, okay, do it then. Please. Okay, that didn't do anything. That's launching the game again. Is it in the store now? I mean, that's exciting. We're seeing something different, which is great. $200+ in the chat. Hit the like. Absolutely, FMJ. Happy to have everybody here. Hopefully we're about to get into Sim Update 3. If you're on the Microsoft Store or the Xbox version of the Sim, there was a weird thing going on with pushing it out. If you're on Steam, it should be there ready to go for you already. But it appears that things are starting to release now. We'll see if something happens, because there's no update that's getting pushed. We'll see if that screen pops up again. And Blue Star Line. Unfortunately, the only thing with the 747 was that initial one that I read. But the Dreamlifter had no fixes. The freighter version had no, or the firefighting one had no fixes. And the base 747 only had a few fixes. So I think the liveries are still messed up with it. And stuff like that, unfortunately. And Ricardo, you do not have to select the beta. No, because it's out of beta now. It is a public release for Sim Update 3. No, I got what you meant, Torbo. Yeah, that's just the Microsoft Store version. That was one of them that was having issues. Alright, so we got out of whatever that screen was. I don't know why it showed up, but... Come on, be Sim Update 3. Any more word on AI Copilot? The only word so far, Adam, is they're working on a new version of it. No timeline for when it's going to release, though. Oh, it's still the... What? All that updating, and I'm on the beta build still. Why am I on 0.2? I don't even have the... What? What was the 16 gigabytes of installation for? You gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness. Still don't have the Eurocopter. That's probably because of... Oh, this is so annoying. I'm gonna just restart the PC really quick and maybe then an update will pop in. I don't know. I don't know why I'm on the beta build anymore. I'm not even part of it. So I don't know what that installation was for then. You're on SU3 on Xbox? Nice! I'm about to try that here after... Oh, here. As a matter of fact, let me move my one HDMI cable for a fifth time. And see if something's sitting there. Because if I can play Sim Update 3 on anything, I don't care. I just want to play on the public release of this Sim Update. Which apparently is a lot to ask here. Because I don't know what the PC version's doing, but it's just kind of doing whatever it wants to do. Oh. What do we got? I might need to do a reboot on this, because this was still on. So let's do that real fast. Come on, Xbox, don't let me down. Do something the PC isn't wanting to do. Marry Me Cowtown. What in the world is going on here? Oh, you got an update here? Oh, very nice. Very nice. All right, let's see. Is something waiting for me in the manage page of updates? No. Great. I'll probably be the last person on Earth that gets this update here. Can't we chat in Korean? I mean, you can. I won't be able to understand what you're writing, but alright, so still no update here. Yay. Oh, here, actually, I didn't do that yet. Because I'm still in the beta here. So potentially, we might see the update after the fact. One of these days, what is that? Goals. You know, after playing Battlefield, I don't care about Delta Force anymore. I thought it was fun when it was in the beta, but I know it came out a couple days ago, and I don't care anymore. I do not care about that game. If you rush it, that will happen. I have not been in the beta for a while. Alright, so there's that. Let's just restart. I'll just keep restarting everything on Xbox and PC and just see what happens. My Xbox is a few feet away, but I'm too lazy to turn it on. Just enjoying the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm glad people are still enjoying this. I wish I could be showing you Sim Update 3, but you know, why not have some nonsense going on? Still nothing there. I'm just endless restarts of everything. That's what's happening here. We're gonna get in. It's gonna happen. Sim Update 3 will be updating and installing, and it'll be lovely. It's gonna be great. We're gonna get the update on one of these platforms. It's gonna happen. And Max Wing Flex, I fully agree. I mean, I'm definitely hoping that awesome performance is gonna carry over. Why am I on this screen? Go away. I'm the only account. Oh, yes! Oh, wait, crap. No, can't get excited yet. Hang on. That's just the update to push us back into Sim Update 2. I just got excited. Just got excited because there was something in the screen. But yeah, this is just Sim Update 2, I'm pretty sure. I mean, if it magically just turns into Sim Update 3, I don't care. I'm fine with that. All right, let's see. Is Sim Update 4 out yet? Well, okay, let's talk about that. Because if Sim Update 3 lasted about 3 months, a little over 3 months now, or was it just under it? Either way, it was a while. So that would mean Sim Update 4's public release is probably going to be November or December. Would be my guess. Oh, Shredding, you got the 4 GB update in about 4 minutes. Very nice. How's the new Mafia game? I love it. It's been really fun to play that. I love the Mafia franchise, so it's been fun playing through that campaign. I think it's a great story, has some fun action gameplay to it. Definitely enjoying it. I'm updating Xbox, just restart Xbox. It's up. Oh, I'm glad everybody's. It's awesome seeing you guys finally get into the update. That's awesome. Hopefully, I'll be joining you. Hey, we can do some community flights. How about it? We can probably do that tomorrow. Or now, whatever. We're going to be in free flight anyways, so. Well, it probably won't work out too well today, just for the fact that we're going to be just diving into a bunch of random stuff. So yeah, probably tomorrow or Friday we'll do a community flight. Finally. And Jonathan, I mean, there is a good chance that it'll be 2024 or 2026 for a Sim Update 4 release. It is quite possible. You're downloading Update 3 now? Very nice, Henry. That's awesome. Glad you guys are getting into the update. Oh my goodness, it is hot in this room here. We've been going for 2.5 hours. The first hour was going through the entire changelog. So what are we at here? Oh! It's Sim Update 3! Nice! Okay. Very cool. Let me just double check on PC here. We've made it! Alright, I'm just gonna do one check. It's gonna kick us out of the Xbox version here, that's okay. Oh, and there's the PC version! Yeah! Okay. It's happening, everybody. Very nice. But for now, let's just play in Sim Update 3 here. Can it just update anyways? Because it's not like I'm in the sim. And no Airbus in career mode, unfortunately. All because of the skip feature. Yeah, I'll just update that later. Let's just see how the Xbox version's running here and just kind of mess with it. We made it. It's been 84 years. It's happened. That's alright. I kind of want to restart it anyway. Because I always like restarting after an update. Just give it a fresh boot without having to deal with an update. So I always recommend doing that. And then we'll probably hop over to the PC side if people are still interested once we mess around with the Xbox version here. For those, I'm probably going to make like community posts that show up on the subscription feed. That way people see the time and then kind of go from that. Because I'm going to probably make it to where it's always the same time, so it's not just randomly happening. Is kind of the goal there. And nice, Ford and Henry, very nice. Arvo Lancaster was supposed to come with this update, but can't find it. What is that? I don't think I've heard of that. What is going? Oh, I'm on the wrong keyboard. I was supposed to. Oh, it must be like a third party plane then, because yeah, there's nothing official from Asobo coming from that. Yeah, it'll be like a... It'll just be like a random... We'll see. If it doesn't show up to a lot of people or whatever, I'll change it, but... yeah, it'll just show up there as like a post, like you see on social media. So we'll see. I just want to see if there's anything... There shouldn't be anything majorly different in career mode. Should look exactly the same like it did in SU2, unfortunately. All because the Airbuses were glitching out in the skip feature. Yep, no heavy airline, no power lift rating, so... Not going to spend any time on career, we're just going to dive into free flight, and... Is the helicopter here now? I wouldn't mind flying that around a little bit. Oh, and then also I'll go into how to do the download stuff. Nope, still no Eurocop. I don't know where that thing's at, but that's okay. I'll do one final check in just the list. Because the City Update 12 is out, but for whatever reason the helicopter's just not wanting to show up in the marketplace. I mean, I don't care. At least we have Sim Update 3 finally. That's nice. No, okay. So, anyways, to download things in Sim Update 3, now that you are able to do so, from the home screen, you'll hit this, go to the marketplace. They still need to improve them. Like, the marketplace is just not a fun experience to go through at all. But anyways, this is everything that you have that's streamed. So, where's my cursor? Oh, goodness gracious, there it is. So, like we were talking about, this is everything that's streamed, you can download from base content, which is airports, the scenery, and all that kind of stuff, to the aircraft, challenges, city, and world updates. All of this can be installed. So let's say you wanted to install everything. You'll just hit select all. And to install every possible thing that's in this list would be 499 gigabytes. And again, that's city updates, world updates, the planes, airports, hand-drawn ones, all that kind of stuff. So you can install all that and it will no longer be streamed. And then that's it. That's how you download it. And then once you do have that stuff downloaded, it'll be here in the Downloads tab. And of course, you can do that on both Xbox and PC. Well, actually, it'll be in the installed place. Downloads is just, yeah, you get what I mean. But yeah, that's how you install everything. Simple as that. And of course, you can pick and choose. So if you're only flying in like Europe, the US, or Japan area, you can just focus on downloading the main areas you fly in. So that way you're not streaming your general area of flight. And then of course, if you do want to have everything installed, you can absolutely do that. Oh, is it in the plane list? I guess it would make sense because it was part of the update. Yeah, there it is. Nice. So, is it under activities then for the mission? Yep, there it is. Rescue challenge. Nice. I want to do a video over that though, so I'm not going to do it. But sweet, let's go ahead and fly it. The ADAC helicopter. Does it have other liveries or is it just that? Oh, nice. And I'm not even highlighted on it. Sir DLW, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome. So we have sightseeing, search and rescue, and now the ambulance version of it, which is really cool. So I'm hoping that this is going to be something that goes over into career mode as well, as opposed to just being specific to Neuschwanstein. We'll see. Can we group flight? Absolutely. I mean, now we're on the same build. I'm just going to be out here. I'll showcase the server settings I have. But But yeah, the ADAC, black and red, blue and green, blue and white, dark and white, denim white, gray white, green white, orange red, Polizei. It looks like it just says police though, doesn't it? Kind of odd. It would have been nice to have like a German Polizei thing going on with it. Still got to work on these liveries loading in. It'd be cooler with Polizei, I think. Tan and gray. Let's do a little bit of gray and white. I think that works out perfectly. That is not gray and white. What's with the... I mean, it is, but I don't like the green and blue. Okay, we're just... go with the ADAC. That's what we're going to go with. Done. And then my settings are... I don't know, I'm going here. I am set to live, and all players. Oh, I do have to go to setting. I don't know why you can't change your server from that menu. You always have to go into other menus to change it or see it. And West US is where I'm at. So, cool. Let's go ahead and fly in the public release of Sim Update 3, and now let's try the German city update again, now that we're actually on the latest build. Do we have any, like, handcrafted heliports here? No. I'm just gonna go to this airport again. Hopefully this one can start automatically for us without going to the runway. Native Toby settings? Yes, it's finally there for you guys. Just got the update on PC. Didn't need to restart the PC, just restarted the Xbox app. Nice. Very nice, Kyle. I'm glad everybody's getting that update finally. It's here. We can finally fly, and we're not in a beta build. That's really weird, but look at... Oh, this is so cool. I can't wait to do that mission. That'll come out later today. After the stream. I'll do a little video showcasing it. Nice. I'm also going to go ahead and reset the time because I don't want it to be dusk. Let that yellow really pop. Nice. Hi, co-pilot. Oh, this is cool. Love having a new helicopter. I need to see if this supports career mode for search and rescue and stuff. Because that would be awesome. If I got this today, could I confidently play with an Xbox controller? I mean, if you're flying helicopters, yeah. It's not as fun as an experience with fixed-wing aircraft. But, I mean, you can still do it. I'll have to make sure the audio is good here. I think we're good. Get a little close-up look of the instrument panel. This thing's looking awesome. Oh, and also one more thing. Just in case anybody does want to join, we're on US West servers with live everything except players are set to all players. Just want to turn on the nameplates? Is that not in? Oh, where's that at? There it is. Cool. This is awesome. I hit the button. Oh, here. Oh, nope. Almost had. Oh, let's pull up here. Oh, goodness gracious. Just wanted to push the little button. I need to double check if that city updates there, because there's still a lot of buildings with that ugly green color going on. We might just be in an area that wasn't updated with imagery. Oh, boats are still broke. Oh. Now I need to see. Is the EFB actually fixed? Nope. Still out in Africa for some reason. Don't know what the autopilot's doing, but okay. Still need to figure out how to turn that off. Because most of the time when it does that auto thing, not great with flying. It just always makes it worse than if the helicopter or aircraft was just doing whatever you wanted it to do. Nice helipad right there. Sound is pretty bad though. Sounds nothing like a real EC-135. Too much slapping and too little fenestrone and engine sound. They still didn't fix the black lines on the oceans. I'll have to head over there and look. But yeah, we'll dive into like the 747 and stuff like that just to see. But again, I don't think anything's changed with that. Because pretty much the experience that we were having in that last beta build is pretty much how it's feeling so far here. Oh, nice. Croair's in the Eurocopter as well. Very nice. Can you do a landing, please? Absolutely. Let's go land at that hospital helipad we saw. If I can find it again. I have no H225 in the sim. Oh, you're not missing out on much. That still hasn't been updated. That thing is just a weird thing to fly. And a glitchy one to fly at that. A lot of stuttering going on so far. Not happy about that. Not something I mean, it might be the helicopter too. But we'll see as we keep flying around here. Because it's certainly doing it more than I remember doing in the last couple Xbox streams. Ah, there it is. See how long it takes to see Croair on the Xbox. There's the other Eurocopter. Oh, they still didn't animate the blades, though. They need to work on that. That looks so goofy in multiplayer with other helicopters when their blades aren't spinning. They need to work on that. It kills the excitement of flying with other helicopters. Just right off the bat. Wow, it really is wanting to magnetize these trees here. What in the world? Get out of here. Doesn't seem to be much. I don't know if it flexes a lot in real life, but this doesn't have any flex at all. Hey, FMJ, look at that. Where did Crow Air go? Because you didn't have to leave the helicopter. It wasn't because of you. I was just saying, like, they need to work on that. Just looks weird seeing the helicopters not have any animation to it. I mean, look at that. Like, why can't they do, like, a simple rotating animation? It's just weird. Oh, there's Crow Air. Okay, he didn't leave. He was just with the boats. It does flex a bit in real life, yeah, because here it's not doing anything. It's pretty rigid. It's in any edition, Felix. This is the last make good aircraft. It's available for free for everybody in 2024. I still can't believe the EFB hasn't been fixed. I mean, that's been a bug forever now, with it not centering correctly on where you actually are. You always had to redo it yourself. Because I was really hoping that was just going to be something that wasn't fixed in the beta, but in the public release, but unfortunately not. We are up in the northern part of Germany in Kieln, I think. K-E-I-L-N? K-I-E-L-N? Or maybe not even an N. Maybe it's K-E-I-L. Here, hang on. Let me try to... hang on. The helicopter's going to freak out because the autopilot doesn't do it right when the toolbar is open. Like, see, that's why that whole feature is just useless. Hate it. But EDHK, Echo Delta Hotel Kilo, is where we're at as we crash, because That fantastic, oh, when the toolbar's open, we'll control the plane for you, and that's how it works. Hate that stupid feature. That needs to be disabled. Because most of the time, it doesn't help. It makes things worse. It overrides when you have a plane in autopilot. It's just, there might be a way to turn it off. I just never found it. Hate it. And virtual, it's just in your flight hangar already. You don't have to install it. Once you're in Sim Update 3, it's there. Is the EC-135 good? I mean, I don't have any personal experience with it, so I mean, I'm having a fun time with it, but others have said it's nothing like the real-life one, so I don't know. All I know is I'm having a blast flying it, so... Save the peanuts! And you're welcome, Virtual Trucking. Ooh, somebody in a UH-1. Nice. But no, performance-wise, the Xbox version is much, much better. And of course, visuals are much improved. Photogrammetry is looking miles better. The load draw distance is way further. I mean, just everything that you were experiencing in Sim Update 2 is just much better. Oh wait, no, not a UH-1. Now it's a Eurocopter as well. Nice. And this is on an Xbox Series X right now, yes. I mean, again, PC version seeing great improvements as well. The A350 tested well, I want to go to Denver anyways, because I don't think they fixed the bridge still that I wrote them about, and then they said it's already been listed. I'm like, okay, whatever then. So why isn't it fixed? So it'll be the next test here. Oh, nice. Look at this. They need to fix it. Like, that's just... It's cool, but I'm very annoyed how there's no animation to multiplayer players' helicopters. That looks so dumb. And it annoys me to a point that you would not believe. It's just, come on. You know how much cooler this would look? I mean, just look, I mean, it's just dumb. Look at that. It doesn't even, how does it not have a basic little spin animation? Oh, frustrating. But anyways, we're going to head to Denver really quick, because I want to test that out, because I still don't think the bridge has been fixed. I think it still teleports you. And Jay, yeah, I had to leave the beta in order for it to showcase the Sim Update 3 beta. Because you're not going to see the helicopter in the beta build. Fun helicopter though. I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm not really too picky about it. I also don't know anything about the helicopter, so. But for me, it's been fun flying it. Looking forward to doing the rescue mission with it. Weird little frame drop there after we landed. But anyways, a little first look at that. Again, free helicopter for everybody in 2024. So to start off, I just want a small plane to fit under that bridge and see what happens, and then we'll load into the A350 in Denver, And then we'll do a short little flight from Denver to an airport nearby. Not going to be anything long. But yeah, there's the bridge. Let's see. The Flight Sim 4 moderators are like, oh, this has already been reported. Okay. Some of those moderators are always acting like they're all that. Anyways. Let's just go into... Just go into this. No. Go into the caravan. Do a quick test with this. Hang on, I'm going to hit all the wrong buttons. Oh, I don't want the amphibious version. Crap. Guess it doesn't really matter. No, I'm going to switch to that. Because we flew this yesterday. Oh my god, I love this thing. It needs to be in career mode. This is so much cooler than the AG truck. I never want to fly that other one ever again. And Blue Star, yes. We'll go into the 747s as well, because I want to see if anything's changed art-wise. But I don't think it has. And we'll go into all the different... We'll get there. Everybody's screaming at me. But we'll get into the other airliners and so forth as well. I thought I put it on the ground. It's weird seeing so many names now, because, you know, I'm so used to the beta world. Where, you know, it's a lot emptier, of course. There we go. Actually, not shut down, please. Ready for takeoff. Perfect. Well, let's try that again. And yes, TJ, yep, the update issues have certainly been resolved. Everybody's getting the update finally, which is great. Yes, Jason, it does have passenger, ambulance, search and rescue, and I forgot what the fourth one is. I'll check it again here shortly. Alright, bridge. Let's see if it's been fixed. Ooh, is that a different... Or is that Aero Mexico? Is that always in here? I see the tail of it. Alright, let's see. Because this wasn't labeled in the change log, so I'm gonna guess it isn't fixed. Oh, that's actually a real player. Oh, no, it isn't. Somebody next to it. BC Rail Sim TV. And an F-18. Nice. I'm gonna bet that this bridge still has yet to be fixed. Oh my goodness, did it actually get fixed? Wow. That's amazing. No more teleporting bridge? Are you kidding me? That's exciting. Well, alright. I'm surprised. But okay. Well, let's go into the behemoth. That is the A3... Oh, here, no. Blue Star has always wanted to see the 747, so we'll dive into that really quick just to see if anything's switched with that. I doubt it. But we'll check it. We'll check it out. Alright, here, the super tanker. Fantastic. We'll park it up here and see what goes on. I'm pretty sure the livery's still jacked up with it, though. What is teleporting bridge? The bridge has been broken forever, where if you taxied under it, it would put you on top of the bridge from the ground, and it was just always crashing you out. That's what the teleporting bridge used to be. And again, if you're just joining, we're currently on the Xbox Series X. We'll hop over to the PC a little bit later, just kind of doing some other testing. I'm gonna get the flight stick out here so I can actually fly these planes. Still terrible LODs. Are the lights still floating? Yep, nothing's changed. Lights are still just hanging around. I don't know what's taking so long to get updates to this line of aircraft, but goodness gracious. I mean, the LOD is so poor on this. Stuff is just popping in and out and changing colors and all that. The gear isn't on the ground because of the LOD. There's stuff floating above the engines because the liveries broke on the art. The nose cone is messed up. So yeah, it's still a piece of junk. I don't know why this is taking so long to get some art people on this. I don't know what the deal is with this thing. But yeah, you get a little bit of ways. You see the gears not on the ground. I'm pretty sure the livery... I don't have, like, mouse controls. But if you zoom in and out, the livery will go crazy and everything like that. So this is still broken. And don't worry, if you guys are in Denver flying with me, we're going to be flying here. I'm just going to swap between the different 747s really quick. I also want to see the 787, because that's another one that has... Here, we'll do that really quick. It's another one that has terrible liveries. Gets all glitchy. Again, not sure why this is taking so long to get fixes for that. And Blue Star, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I was looking forward to it too. I was like, oh, that's going to be cool. You know, the Dream Lifter, the Super Tanker, all that kind of stuff. And then it's just, you go into it and you see that crap going on. It just ruins the, you know, excitement to even fly it. Hey, Kappa Flyer. Why did I say fly? A flyer. I've been talking too much. Kappa Flyer, welcome. Happy to have you here. Oh yeah, look at that. See that awesome livery on the Dreamliner? Still not fixed. Wow. And that's the thing that's weird is, you know, they fix stuff on these planes, but they're not fixing these absolute... And it's not just an Xbox thing. This is happening on PC as well. But it's just crazy to me that this is not getting any sort of support. I mean, the liveries for the 787 and the 47s are just horrendous. Terrible optimization for the 787 too. I don't know why it's so... Oh, there goes the livery again. Nice. Love that helicopter. So yeah, that's still a mess. Ridiculous. City update 12. Yeah, I know. And it kicked me all the way out. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Alright, so there's that. So let's check out the Dream Lifter. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason why we're still seeing the same issues that these aircraft have had since the release. No, the download didn't do anything, because I attempted that type of stuff when it first came out in the betas, and it doesn't change anything. It's the plane itself and how the LODs were made. That's why it's doing that. You were showing as an A220 for some... Really? That is very odd. Because the 787 was a standard aircraft, isn't it? I don't think it was part of a different edition. And it isn't a third-party one, of course. Oh, yeah. I already see the Dream Lifter's awesome livery. Broke as always. And sometimes the color can be above the engines as well. I mean, that's what... It's just... I was so excited for these planes. The front gear's up. Unbelievable. So anyways, hopefully that answers your question. I mean, I'm sure it does. Unfortunately, still a complete mess for the 787 and the 747s, for whatever reason that may be. Alright, so let's hop into the Airbus A350 from AnyBuilds. We're gonna just do this one. We're gonna do a short flight. I think we'll do it from here to Colorado Springs. Because again, I don't like doing long flights, especially when we're doing testing like this. I don't want it to hang on too long for certain things. Because just like with the CL415 and its engine malfunctions, even if you do everything right, it still breaks after like 5 minutes of flying. That hasn't been fixed. You know, it's just... frustrating. We'll have to test out the PC-12 as well, just to see if the pressurization actually is fixed. I still think they just shut it off. That way it doesn't cause any issues in career. But yeah. Well, I mean, everything else is fine. It's just those planes have been broken since forever, and I don't understand why an art fix is such a long process. It seems a bit odd to me. But yeah, we'll see what the A350 does on the public release on Xbox. So still won't give me the you weren't. I know you weren't on the beta, Adam. Have you restarted the Xbox? Because I would do it a couple more times, because it should be showing up for you. In 20 years of simming, I've never flown a default aircraft in my life. Well, in 15 years of flying, I've hardly flown third-party planes. So, there we go. I'm not that big on airliners. I just find them boring anyway, so I'm not really too picky about them. But if they look like that with the art side, it's just... I'm not interested in flying it. I love the Beluga. Flew that quite a bit. But yeah, airline stuff and flight sims just bore the crap out of me. It's like, why do I want to fly at 38,000 feet in a sim? It's like, I'm good. I highly doubt they never flew... I mean, that seems quite impossible. Alright, so let's see, because obviously we all know AnyBuilds loves making these aircraft that are absolutely supercomputer needed aircraft. So, we'll see how it does. Gonna be a little bit choppy, of course, right off the bat. Still loading stuff in the distance, loading textures. But overall, not bad. And by the way, if you're joining for the flight here, we're going to be actually leaving this time. Still hasn't loaded the ground textures out there, which again isn't too much of a surprise. I guess I just do this from inside the cockpit here. Because obviously when you get into an airliner, it's loading less. They still haven't fixed the screens in this thing. It's ridiculous, too. Anyways. Where's the tablet at? I guess it's all part of this screen. Yeah, there it is. We're just going to go ahead and get this thing quick started because I'm not going to sit here and boot this thing on up automatic or manually.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We're delighted to have you with us today. Please take a moment to stow your carry-on items in the overhead compartment.
Hope everybody loves my default white livery. Because I'm not paying $5 for extra liveries, I can guarantee that. Just flew the Phoenix with no issue on SU3 final. Very nice. Did I not plug this in? Hello? Why is this not doing it? Flight stick, hello, you're on Xbox mode. Why are you not doing anything? Oh, oh God. I see. There we go. Would help if I've actually put it in a USB port. It was sitting in the memory expansion slot. Oops. There we go. Ooh, terrible frame rate. I didn't pause the sim, by the way. This is just it freaking out. Well, I can already tell it's not as smooth as it was in the beta, which is a bit disappointing. Because we flew the A350 on the stream last week, and it was not this choppy. Oh crap, let me guess. This isn't actually a taxiway. Oh, good. Well, don't care. We're gonna do a little off-roading. It's fine. I'm not gonna do all this to a T here. We don't have time for that. Yeah, a bit of a different experience than what we were accustomed to, which is disappointing. But we'll see if it catches up and figures out what it's trying to do here or not. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing crashes, honestly. Some really hard freezes going on. Oh my. Alright. Oh. Ooh, man. Ground textures are very, very low quality right now, too, which is a shame. Especially since it's not having to load a lot, other than the airport. Not a great initial flight with the airliner. Because again, we were really surprised by how well it was running in the beta, so I'm not sure why we're having such a different experience now. Very severe low draw distance as well. I'm just interested to see if we lose those frame freezes. Because it's still going on every about, what, 10 to 15 seconds or so? And sorry, we're on the Xbox Series X with the A350 from Any Builds, which again is a plane that is always, I don't know, Any Builds planes are always not the best optimized aircraft in the sim, but still, we were having a much better experience with it in the beta than whatever this is giving us right now. And no, Puppyland, the plane is absolutely not worth the price, no. This is the one and only time I'm ever going to be spending over $80 on an aircraft. It's ridiculous. The F-18 is so hard to fly. And RGM, let's see here. Oh, but welcome to the stream, RGM. Unpopular opinion here, MS24 on GeForce Now looks and runs way better than most of the streamers' PCs. Alright. Well, this isn't PC, so... I was able to download and access with no issues on Steam. Well, yeah, Steam didn't have any issues. It was the Windows Store and Xbox, where it took about a couple hours for them to resolve that issue. Now, that freeze is not going away. It's weird. Just every 10 or so seconds, just does that freeze. It's quite obnoxious. And that draw, like the load, like the ground is just horrendous. Nothing about this is enjoyable. Yikes. I have gigabyte internet speed, so it's not my internet. Once we're done with this flight, it'll be a better experience on Xbox. It's just this Any Build stuff is always pretty horrendous on performance. I just always like using it because I know how much of a pain this is to have the sim run because of the poor optimization of it. So we'll dive in other things and we'll have much better experiences because I want to go back to Las Vegas because that's another great place to test, because before Sim Update 3's beta, it was always running very, very poorly on the Xbox. So we're going to go into something that isn't an Any Builds aircraft, and I think the experience is going to be night and day. At least hopefully. Hopefully it isn't terrible all of a sudden. We'll see. I have plenty of streams over the PC version of Sim Update 3, so they're there. And excessively salty? No doubt. Because this isn't a great example for just the overall experience you'll get. Because I think it's a crappy plane and not worth $80. Because the plane itself just isn't optimized very well. Crashed my F-18 turning back in the middle of the stunt. Nice. Very nice. I gotta change this again because Any Builds makes it like everybody has $7,000 setups for their thing, a full-on Airbus cockpit. Because I go half and it just goes completely idle, and if I go up a little bit of half, it's just these planes. Hence the reason why I don't buy Any Builds very much. Want to get over to the airport really quick, land, and get out of this thing. Just never impressed when I'm flying this thing on Xbox or PC. Nothing about it says, oh, that was worth the money. If you want to see what the sim update is all about, I went through the entire changelog in the first hour of the stream. And thankfully, we're almost to the airport. Do a quick landing on this and never touch this thing again. Had about enough of this junk. And Omar, yeah, I'll be able to give a definitive answer just seeing how it'll run in Vegas. Because, I mean, we've done quite a bit there just because of the photogrammetry and all that stuff that's going on there. So it'll be a great indicator to see if things have regressed or not. But yeah, I'm done using this thing as a testing bed because it's always just going to make the sim look like absolute garbage because of how terribly optimized this aircraft is. I know, we're overspeeding, I don't care. Rip the flaps off and the gears. I don't think I have crash on anyways. Just get me on the ground. Thank you. Gears down? No, not yet. We'll get there. Come on, almost out of overspeed. And
2,500.
there we go. Very good. I mean, those freezes never, ever went away. So after this, we're gonna head to Vegas,
2,000.
and then we're gonna be in a different plane that isn't any builds related, and I'm sure the experience is gonna be just completely different. I like how the... Why is it moving so much? Like the overspeed is just glitching out for some reason. It goes over like 200 and then it isn't, and then it's back, and then it's weird. Oh, I guess it's not my reverse. That's okay. Just turn that on in the air, whatever. Thankfully, this flight is almost over. I could not be happier about it.
Pull up.
Oh, don't worry, plane. We're just going in for a
500.
firefighting landing. It's fine.
400. 300. 200.
Love those freezes. Planes are still floating in the air.
100. 90. 80. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30.
Freeze.
20. 10. 5.
Oh, there's a helicopter. Yeah. Well, that was miserable. Had enough of that horrendous thing. As a matter of fact, do a little quick adventure to my library in just a second here. Hang on. Get that crap out of my hangar. Alright, so now that we've experienced probably the worst possible thing you could ever have in this entire sim, let's try something different. And if this goes horribly wrong, then I don't know what to say. Then it's just all falling apart. But I'm going to assume it's not going to be that case. Just popping this thing here. Old Baron. Alright, let's see. Has nothing to do with downloading it. It would be the same experience because any builds doesn't know how to optimize their aircraft. That's all it is. Because again, only for the past 6 months of content, I'll just let you see what Vegas looks like and how it runs. How about that? And then if that freezing continues, I'm just going to restart the sim, because that doesn't make any sense. We can check the night lighting since we're here, but I doubt it. I don't like the night lighting on skyscrapers and stuff anyways. Yeah, this freezing doesn't make any sense. I'm going to restart the sim. Something must just be weird in the background. Let's give it a reboot, and then we'll fly again. King Air 350, see if they fix the speed indicator. We can definitely do that, Omar. No doubt. Nope, using a Thrustmaster HOTAS 1. Because I don't know, like, the lighting, that's why I don't really fly at night much around the bigger cities, because the textures on that are just so absolutely... I don't think you could create something that looks uglier than what it looks like in the sim currently. I mean, it's just... I don't know who decided to make that the texture for skyscraper lights, but wow. It is not good. Not good in the slightest. And then after we do this flight around Vegas, I'm going to switch over to the PC. We've been going for 3.5 hours. Maybe we'll just wrap it up with the Xbox stuff. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, with a fresh boot, things shouldn't be doing whatever that was. I think that's just something that happens when you fly the 350. It just jacks up the entire sim. Alright, attempt number 2 should be much better. Welchy Art, it's in your hangar already. It's not in the marketplace. Same here, DLW, same here. Is that everything? I thought there was something else I grabbed off of this, but I guess not. Alright, let those textures load in. Much better already. Because yeah, I knew something was weird with those frames, because it just didn't make any sense.
TOS system test. Okay.
I know I pulled up the nose a little early there. We're fine. Camera's still way too low on this thing.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Oh, but I thought it's the internet. Weird. Guess the internet all of a sudden decided to work. Definitely not the plane, like the A350 causing issues. That's what's always so funny to me. It's like, oh, it's not like I haven't spent thousands of hours in this sim. People act like I just bought the sim and started flying it for the first time, like I don't know what's actually going on with the sim. Or what my experience has been like in 3 months of Sim Update 3 beta. So anyways, at least now I don't have to hear about random things that are supposedly the reason why things are happening. Because now you can see what the Xbox Series X version is capable of with a plane that's properly optimized. Has nothing to do with internet. And Steve, yeah, I mean, Las Vegas has always been, especially on the Xbox side of things, always a really performance-hungry area that wasn't really enjoyable to fly in up until Sim Update 3's beta, and then of course now the public release. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable to fly around here, see that awesome 3D photogrammic imagery, and it's just, it's a blast. And no doubt, Irishman, I mean, it's like I was saying earlier, I mean, this is the biggest improvement that the Sim Update has brought. Sim Update 1 didn't really change much. Sim Update 2 did a little bit. But this one, you're going to notice a huge leap in performance and visuals and everything else. I love that sphere. He's awesome. Nope, this is all streamed. I don't have anything downloaded. Absolutely everything right now that you're seeing is streamed 100%. Yeah, oh yeah, crap. I forgot people wanted to see the night. Let's do that.
500.
If the toolbar will open for us. Alright, I need to turn down the, I don't even know what the brightness is on this thing. And my nameplate still shows as the Eurocopter. Interesting. But yeah, so you can see that horrendous night lighting from here. But no, the sphere is no longer the sun. I know what you're talking about, because yeah, it was always really, really bright compared to everything else. It looks like it's been toned down. And nice, Carol. Very nice. It's about 499 gigabytes or so. Just depends on what other add-ons you have if you want to download everything. So just keep that in mind. And Sir DLW, no doubt. And I mean, the fact that we're able to experience the sim on Xbox like this now is awesome. So don't let other people tell you, oh, it's something else that's going on. It has nothing to do with it. If you're having poor performance, look at the plane first, because this is exactly the type of experience you can get on a Series X now. And the load and draw distance and everything else. If people tell you otherwise, they don't know what they're talking about. Just done with that nonsense. But yeah, you can see the horrendous lights. I mean, that's definitely an area that needs to be improved. I mean, it just does not look good. And it's weird to me that a city update area would even have that lighting anymore anyways. You feel like that would be custom at this point. But yeah, just not good. But there's Mr. Sphere. No longer as bright as the sun. Alright, let's go land here. And I don't even think the stratosphere has any windows. Isn't it just concrete all the way up to the top? So I don't know why there's window lights on that. I'm not 100% on it, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have windows all the way from the bottom to the top. So there's just areas like that need improvement. But yeah, I can spawn into, like, what big airport do you want to see? LAX, JFK, anything in particular? Because I'll just pick whatever the first one I see on the chat is. It's still crazy seeing all these names finally. I mean, we've been in that beta world for a long time where it was a lot emptier, of course. Pretty interesting. The reflections still need work on this Baron because I don't know why I'm seeing all that stuff in front of us. This is similar to the Twin Otter, which we need to check out too. Well, it's going to be the same. I'm not going to bother looking at it. It'll be doing this where you're almost seeing everything through the bottom of the plane for some reason. So still some improvements needing to be made there. I mean, just look how great the 3D photogrammetry looks like on, because Xbox never had that. It was always really bad, like, at drawing in the 3D photogrammic imagery. That's why I always love coming to Vegas, because it's a great place to see how the sim is running with everything it has to load in. And JBS, no doubt. Until Sim Update 4's beta starts tomorrow or something, who knows. and then it's over already. But I know a lot of you want to do the community flights, so I'll still kind of go back and forth on them, just to kind of have that going on. But yeah, that's awesome how fantastic the sim is running at places like Las Vegas. What are my PC specs? We're not on PC right now, but I have a 3060 RTX Ti, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and a i7 7700 CPU. But we're on Xbox Series X right now. Could you fly into Erin to show us the new weather features? I mean, I could just turn on the thunderstorms anywhere. If you want to see the thunderstorms, if you haven't yet. Nice, Lenny. Thank you very much. LAX. Okay, or O'Hare. Okay, we'll you know what? Let's do Chicago. I always do LAX. And let's pop into, you know what? Let's see how the Citation X does. Third party. Haven't really tested it much on the Xbox, so it's a good place to test it. And then here I'll turn on some thunderstorms in the area. Well, here, no, I'll turn that on after we fly, or after we're in the air already. Because then that way we can see how everything's loading in, and then we'll get some storms going. Walker. I mean, I don't have anything expensive. It's just the $80, $90, whatever price point. Thrustmaster HOTUS 1. It's a great one. I've been using it for a long time now and have no complaints about it. Wow, it looks so good I didn't even know. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, aviation. I mean, it's amazing where the Xbox version has gotten to. Because, I mean, if we were playing this a month ago or two, this would not be the experience at all. Of course, we'll be a little choppy there as it loads in. But then after that, it doesn't take long to load the textures or anything, and the plane's ready to go. Alright, let's see here. Holy crap. There's enough traffic going on around here. Ooh, audio's not doing great. Not doing good at all. If it doesn't fix itself, I'll just restart the flight and see, because I'm not going to listen to that the whole time. That is not good. Just restart the flight really quick. Because that was horrendous to listen to. Oh, I mean, of course. I mean, it's not 100% perfect, obviously. But, I mean, from where we started to where we're at now, night and day difference. Alright, let's see if that sounds better now or not. Oh, I did start it out. Okay, cool. Good. Nope, it's still... I wonder if it's a bug that the developers need to fix? Maybe something weird with Sim Update 3 and then they were having to update it. Alright, let's just try longitude. Nope, the whole sim is weird now. Okay. Reboot. Because now I'm hearing it in the main menu as well. Interesting. Thanks for sharing. Absolutely, Ed. Yeah, I mean, again, PC's seen performance improvements as well. I mean, the time I've had in the last few beta builds on PC, it's so much smoother now, and it's been really nice. So hopefully, when you get onto your PC or Xbox, you're going to be enjoying the better frame rates and performance as well. But yeah, we'll make this my last test here because, oh my goodness, it's almost 4 hours into the stream. I'm getting hungry. I'm also almost out of water after talking for so long. And no JBS. Unfortunately, the 747's horrendous artwork is still completely horrendous. Because we actually went into that earlier. And yeah, the super tanker, the dream lifter, the 787, all terrible, and like just terrible. All right, Carol, thanks for stopping on by. Very much appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening. Thanks for stopping on by. Do you recommend downloading content for better UX? I mean, everything I'm doing is streamed. I don't have anything downloaded. I didn't really mess with it too much on PC during the beta either. I was always pretty much sticking to the streaming stuff. Going to try this when I get home. I see you all in the skies. Absolutely, RGM. Thanks for stopping on by. Enjoy your flying. Yes, Irishman, yes. There's been some improvements to VRAM, but Sim Update 4 is also going to continue working on improving that. So it's not 100% fixed, but there have been improvements. That is absolutely true. And then, of course, again, Sim Update 4 is going to be more focused on that as well. So let's try this again with the Citation X. And see if it happens again. Because if it does, then maybe the plane's doing something to the sim. We'll see. Impressed. Update seems good here. We'll put it through its paces tonight when I do a KSGU to KG. Oh, Grand Junction. Nice. With the B-55. Nice. Enjoy the flight, Steve. Crap, I'll probably need a pushback here. Alright, let's just see if it's the... It might be the plane, but it might have just been a weird thing on the sim. Nope, still broke. Interesting. I think it might just be a glitch with the plane. Because it seems to glitch out the audio anytime I'm using that. Because now I'm hearing it in the menu again, which is annoying. But I'm just going to hop in the citation really quick and see if it still sounds like it. I'll do one more restart. Not pick the X and try something, because this is the first time the audio is freaked out from the planes that we have been using, so I think there's some compatibility issues with third-party stuff, which is to be expected. Some things can change and just create an issue with the plane. So let's see, because the music sounds fine. Still hearing some pops though. Or maybe it's a Chicago issue? I don't know. It's just, it's weird. And I think the longitude, I think it's about to crash. Oh. Thought about it. That plane's in the ground. But similar to the CJ4, I think the longitude is another one that isn't too great performance-wise. But we'll still mess with it anyways. He just came from Anchorage. What are those cloud things in the sky? What is that? Some weird things going on in Chicago. Audio sounding fine. Is this thing good already? No. I don't have any rudder control either of the tail. I don't think my wings are doing any... Oh, no, they are. Okay. Wait. Yeah, they are.
No takeoff.
And unfortunately, the PC-24 wasn't even the changelog, was it? So that's still going to have the auto throttle issue, you know, where it kind of gets to the speed, drop back, gets to, you know, it just fluctuates. I think that, unfortunately, is still an issue as well.
No takeoff. No takeoff.
I'm not trying to take off. Are the brakes still on, I'm assuming? There we go, that's why. Still has LOD issues too, because this is another plane similar to the 747s. It hasn't been fixed either, unfortunately. So there's probably not a great example to pick for this, but we're going to use it anyways. Because again, yet another one that isn't optimized very well, just like the CJ4 Citation. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with this. This just isn't going to be a good example either. There's just again, with performance getting to where it needs to be, I'm hoping there's going to be a lot more focus on getting these planes to run like they're supposed to and not be an absolute mess. Oh, somebody wanted to see the King Air. We'll do that. I'm just going to spawn on the runway this time and get going. There we go. Because apparently something with the speed indicator wasn't doing something or something. I don't know. And yeah, that's true. The 340 wasn't touched. I mean, there's just a lot of planes that I was really hoping to see some more fixes for, but unfortunately they're pretty similar to what they've been. Unfortunately. Alright, I'm going to wait a couple seconds here, let everything load in. See, this is... Oh, there's so many planes that have this issue. And again, it's something else that the King Air had some fixes, but see how we're seeing the ground through the plane's body for whatever reason? I don't know why this stuff isn't getting fixed. Because this is the same issue in the Twin Otter and quite a few other aircraft where you're seeing stuff you're not supposed to be seeing because the reflections are broken. So, just yet another thing that needs to get fixed. And again, I'm hoping... I think the audio's broke again. I hear it freaking out. But we'll forget that for now. We'll just kind of get up in the air and see. This thing is weird still. But again, what I was trying to say is, I'm hoping it's going to get to a point where these planes are going to get some improvements finally that are noticeable, because so many of the things that get improved on the planes are things that are just like, okay, why aren't we fixing the major things wrong with those said planes, you know? Alright, and then something... I'm not sure what they were saying was broken in here, but... I'll just leave it on there and people can look. Because it's funny, a lot of the planes that have those LOD issues are also the ones that aren't optimized very well. Because you saw the flight we did in the Baron at Las Vegas. It was great, smooth, nothing major going on. And then you get to these airplanes that are not doing great. Because, yeah, now you can really see the reflections. We're seeing the buildings below us and everything. Don't know why it's like that at all. And it's just, it's really annoying to fly with that too, because you're seeing all the buildings moving across, like it's just, why? Just why? But I mean, I don't fly any of these planes that are a mess anyway, so I don't really experience that. Because I just fly the ones that I know are running really great and everything, and just not even dealing with these things. Because they still need work. As much as I love the King Air and everything like that, but it's just... it's not where it needs to be for quite a few of these aircraft. Wyatt, it's the Eurocopter. It's free for everybody in 2024, and it's in your library already. You don't have to go get it in the marketplace or anything. It's just in your hangar, which, by the way, I still need to see if it's in career at any capacity. Just want to do a quick flyby Chicago's downtown, see how it's doing here. Because everything else around here is looking really nice, photogrammic-wise, and draw distance. Just a bit of shenanigans going on over in Chicago, or the airport, O'Hare. And nope, that was already announced a few weeks ago that Heavy Airliners was not making it in Sim Update 3. That was pushed to Sim Update 4. And I really enjoyed my time flying with it. I'll do some more with it because I want to do the search and rescue mission that comes with it. So I'll be doing a video over that. That'll probably come out later today or tomorrow. We'll see. I'm going to take a break after this. That's what I was really hoping Sim Update 3 wasn't releasing with everything else, but of course it had to. But really awesome that you guys are going to finally be able to experience it. Hopefully you have a great time with it as well. And just go from that. And then we'll see how long it takes for Sim Update 4's beta to get started. I doubt it'll be like Sim Update 3 and 2 where it was the next day. So we'll see. Baseball stadium somewhere over here? Oh. There's a stadium, I think. It is in career? Nice. But yeah, it was great seeing Coronado support the career mode too with the B-55. It's a fun plane as well. Okay, that's just a random building, never mind. Got excited for nothing. That would definitely be nice, DLW. Absolutely. Because then I would actually use a helicopter for those passenger transport missions. You know what? We're going to land at the airport that was ridiculously destroyed. United Center. Still have water over bridges for some reason. But yeah, King Air's not a great option for sightseeing right now. Again, because of the poor optimization of the aircraft itself. Because if we were in like the Baron and so forth, it'd be a different experience. Still looks pretty decent, still have frame drops. But that's more the plane than the sim itself. See, like those hard freezes and everything. And that's a good thing, because I want to showcase it with the plane we were flying in Vegas. Because then you can kind of compare it and see the difference between what this poorly optimized aircraft is like, and then compare it to a plane that we know is actually optimized correctly. So let's do that really quick. I know I said I was going to end the stream, but with how horrendous that was, I want to showcase it with a plane we do know works correctly. There it is. It was right next to it. Good. I'm glad I skipped over it a few times then. And we'll spawn right by downtown Chicago again. And we'll see if we see a noticeable difference. We should. Yeah, it looks so much cooler than that stupid park or whatever they did with it. It's like, get out of here. Love landing there. This is an Xbox Series X we're playing on. So let everything load on in here, which it already has nicely. Because I just want to show this, because this is like a great visual representation of what I'm talking about, where if your sim's not doing very well, try it with some other planes and you'll notice a difference, because there's some that are just not optimized the way they should be, and that's when those issues arise. So alright, let's go ahead and turn this... Oh, I need to get autopilot off here. And then a lot of those poorly optimized planes are the same ones that haven't had those LOD upgrades still for whatever reason. I mean, it's just, as I've been saying, now that performance is finally getting to a point where it runs and looks great like this, hopefully we'll finally get some focus on getting those planes that have been broken since release to where they need to be. In no way what, Rob? That this is on Xbox? But yeah, this is Xbox Series X. The entirety of the stream. Since it was the first one that got updates, so... But see, you can just notice the difference on performance, visuals, draw distance, how things are loading in when it's a plane that's actually properly developed. As opposed to what we were flying with the King Air, which is not properly developed or optimized just yet. So thank you, King Air, for being poorly optimized, because that was a great way to showcase the difference between, you know, a visual representation of what I'm talking about. And of course, it does that right away. It does a freeze. Hopefully the only one. Still doing some stuff here, though. I mean, it didn't help that I was moving the cameras around, but still. Overall, yes, there's still room for improvement. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's 100% perfect all the time, but... you can see the difference between what the King Air was like and what this Beechcraft was like. Bad reflections in here, too. But alright, everybody, that is going to wrap it up today. My goodness, what a long stream. Hopefully this was informative. Hopefully it helped you kind of see what's going on with it. And yes, Curtis, I don't know if they fixed it. I think they just shut off the whole system in general. So if you're flying the PC-12 in career mode, you're not going to be dealing with hypoxia anymore. I know that for a fact. So, nice. I'm curious, that helped my 1060 to run MS-20. Oh, I don't know. 1060 is quite... That's stretching it right there. And Wildcat, no. Heavy rating is going to be in Sim Update 4. That was pushed back. So, anyways, thank you guys so much for watching and all the support you continue to show on the Flight Sim content. Really hope you guys enjoyed it. There's going to be more Flight Sim content in video form. That'll probably come out tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. This was a long stream, so... but yeah, there we go. That is Sim Update 3 finally released to public. And we'll see how long it takes for Sim Update 4 to make its way into beta. So, again, thank you guys so much for all the support. Thank you to the lovely folks for becoming members, like Sir DLW, Binky for being a member for 3 months and giving 10 memberships, and Kyle and FMJ for their super chats, and Joe for being a member for 42 months. That is insane. So, enjoy,